In a quiet corner of Wiltshire, something big is about to begin. It's not just a game, it's a battle of speed, strategy, and skill. They've trained, they've waited, and now they've arrived. Welcome to the Franklin Tournament 2025 in association with PickleB. The buzz starts now. Welcome to the Franklin Tournament 2025, coming to you live from the Delta Tennis Center in Swindon in association with PickleB. Let the games begin.
Good morning and welcome back to the Delta Tennis Center here in Swindon for day 2 of the 5th event in the Franklin Tour. After yesterday's thrilling matches, we're ready for another exciting day of pickleball action, featuring some of the UK's finest players and promising talents. This tournament, organised by PickleB, continues today with the generous support of our lead sponsor Franklin and our footwear sponsor Skechers. So once again, I'm Tim Spurway, joined by Simon Farr, and we'll be guiding you through today's competition. Joined by a number of special guest commentators as well. The players are warmed up. The atmosphere is building here as we prepare for our first match of the day. So stay with us for what promises to be another memorable day. Fantastic pickleball, Simon. And what a match we have on our hands to start us off.
Absolutely. This promises to be a great start to the day. Not sure if you guys are watching last night, but Dan O'Brien was playing till 7 o'clock last night, I believe, in an epic 4.0 men's final. Just pipped to the post by a couple of points. I know how disappointed he was, but they will be on it today. And also his partner, Chanel Lowe, again had that crazy final 4.0 plus ladies where the points were stopped at, I believe, 9-all, I think, or something around that line. And then Tracy Matthews had a cramp, and we were like, okay, what do we do with this? So yeah, and then lost literally the next 2 points in a, as Tim commentated at the time, the weirdest end to a final we've probably ever seen and probably will see for quite some time. So yeah, if we have anything, if we're half of what we had yesterday, it will still be an awesome day's viewing. And here we go, they're meeting on there, and I'll hand you back to Tim.
Yeah, the only player out of these three not to reach a final yesterday was Michael Liddington, who was watching from the sidelines and supporting his partner Helen Waters. So he'll be feeling, I think, fresh and ready to play. I think the other guys, though, after so many matches and so many long matches yesterday, probably be feeling a little bit this morning and feeling a little bit of nerves as well, starting on the show court.
Oh, no, it was interesting. So obviously Chanel Lowe was playing with Helen Waters yesterday, and now they're opposite ends. So that's what we love about pickleball, is that camaraderie, that inclusiveness, and also the competitiveness that actually today's a different day. It's now playing mixed and it's fair game. So here we go. Probably some of the nicest people on court for the first game. Dan O'Brien is fellow pickleball rep alongside myself and Tim. He looks after Wiltshire. Oh, here we go. First serve.
And Michael Liddington just putting that volley out wide. I wonder, given he didn't play yesterday, he's just had the short warm-up this morning, whether that will give him a slight disadvantage as we see his return there just going long, and a good start from Chanel Lowe and Dan O'Brien. So he'll want to get into the rhythm and get the feel of these courts early as possible here. And that's another wayward shot. I wonder, Simon, if that's a tactic of Chanel Lowe and Dan O'Brien, given that Michael didn't play yesterday, is to test him out early doors.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, as we mentioned previously in commentary, is that being on the show court with cameras, commentary, it's just another pressure, and it definitely just does affect your game. If you suffer from nerves, then this will be a test of how steely your nerves are.
Oh, and Michael is having a slow start here. This is not indicative of the level that he normally plays at. He'll want to tighten up as soon as possible. And sometimes when you've had a few missed shots and you see the game going away from you so quickly, Simon, it's hard to kind of reset and get your head back in the game. And we see Helen just having a chat with Michael. I think it's good probably them just taking a little bit of time out and try and just reset and see if they can break this momentum that Chanel Lowe and Dan O'Brien have generated.
And there you go, Tim. That's exactly what he needed. Was a net called in his favour, and now they have a chance to serve to try and get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they did need that. I don't know how much confidence that will give Michael. But the main thing is getting the point.
You have to feel for him a little bit with this, is that, you know, everything he's trying is going in the net, and that's going to get in your head, however you are, whoever you are. Oh.
Now they'll want to stop the rot now. You feel like a no scoring side out there. It's kind of now or never.
You definitely feel there's some nerves in there. Off comes the glasses. Yeah.
Yeah, and the body language from Michael, Simon, shaking his head.
I've been there. You just cannot get it out of your head.
I think we've all been there, Simon. A few shaky points. It happens to all of us. And it is a tough one for Michael Livington, having not played yesterday and up against 3 finalists who have had more games than anybody else probably in this arena. They will be super dialed in straight away. And we are at 7-0 now. Oh, just slightly loose. Everything going long, I just heard Michael say.
That's just adrenaline, nerves. Yeah, the whole 9 yards, as they say. It's a nod to Sarah from yesterday, who's, believe it or not, from America. You never know it from her accent. Great commentary yesterday, Sarah. It's already been commented on, and we want you back.
Yeah, she did very well from what I heard. That one just clipping the roof. You wouldn't have seen that on the stream, but it's coming off the top edge of Michael's paddle. And you feel like he is showing signs of hitting some nice shots. And there we go. Finally, we get off the board. That's the first error, really, from O'Brien and Lowe. They really haven't given Michael and Helen Waters an opportunity to get back in this game, but it's hard to keep up that level for so long. And a couple of quick points here. And that's a really nice finish from Helen Waters. And suddenly, Simon, an 8-point deficit reduced to 5.
And this is the classic of when you're that far ahead, you trying to take the foot off the gas a little bit. Oh, you might be right, Ashley Tim. I think it's 9. Sorry, lost the scoreboard there. I think it's 9-3. Oh, what a great rally. And you have to feel for Michael Liddington there that just the final shot just catches the net cord.
Yeah, rally of the match so far, certainly, Simon.
And we now move to match point.
Yeah, good depth there from Helen Waters. So, a second opportunity at game point, match point here for Dan O'Brien. They'll want to finish this now. At 10-3 down, anything's possible, but these PickleB events, Simon, of course, every point counts. If you do have a slow start, and it does happen to all of us, sometimes getting just that extra couple of points in a tough game like this will make a difference if you can turn things around later on in the tournament.
Absolutely. So the way the events work is that you will do better if you score more points in your loss, if that makes sense. So the idea would be if you lose the game, lose it 11-10, because those 10 points will go towards your positions in the playoffs. So every point, as Tim says, matters.
Oh, really cracking rally again in that backhand, just catching the top tape, but we're seeing Michael Liddington's level now really rocketing. I think he's settled into this match. Oh, he's definitely settled into it,
100%,
Simon.
yeah,
He's feeling a lot more pumped, a lot more like the Michael Liddington we know and love. And suddenly, that just goes long, Simon.
That's a great leave. I mean, we said this on commentary yesterday. One of the best shots in Pickleball, take the lead. You haven't going to do anything.
And 7-10-2. Suddenly, we really do have a match in our hands here. And oh, now we're talking pickleball. Michael Liddington pumps his fist after that shot, and now he is pumped. Helen Waters is pumped, and maybe just a little bit of nerves coming into the game of Chanel Lowe and Dan O'Brien, Simon.
Absolutely, and you have to feel for Dan O'Brien and Shannon Lowe, actually. Oh, just goes long that you're that far ahead in the lead, and we've all been there when you think, I got this one, and then suddenly the other team come on a roll, and you're like, how have I just lost 6 points that quickly? Why are we now 10-8 when I was 10-2? So yeah, this is a tough one. Mental fortitude comes into play definitely now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, he's swinging freely now, isn't he, Tim? There's no tension in those arms at all.
Yes, and Michael Liddington has really, really upped his game now, dominating the court with his forehand. And here we go, Simon, a side out.
Non-scoring side out. They are going to be loving that. They'll be pumped now. They want to try and score at least 2 to get it evens.
Of course, in these group matches, win by 1, such fine margins.
It's a great drop in. Oh, absolutely brilliant pickleball. Drop in, force the pop up, put away by Michael Liddington. No more net cords for Michael Liddington. He is on a roll.
And it has turned into the Michael Liddington show now. One does go wide, and we have a game point with 2 opportunities to take this first game from absolutely nowhere. Oh, and it's a real shame almost to end that match with a net cord. But you have to say, Simon, I mean, a win in those circumstances, after the change of ends there, going, what was it, 8-0 down?
I got so enthralled with the match, Tim, I can't remember the score, even though I'm doing the scoring. That was an amazing opening match. Welcome to Pickleball, folks. That is how it can change. You can be that far behind, and we're having a high five. So have a high five, please, Michael. Well played. You can be that far behind and still come back and win. It's just awesome.
And I don't know what Helen said to Michael at that change of ends, but as we were saying, Simon, it can take a little while to warm up, particularly if you haven't been playing, but on this show court as well. And Lowe and O'Brien will be shaking their heads thinking, what did we do wrong there? Because it wasn't really like they were suddenly making a ton of errors. It was just everything was coming back with interest.
Yeah, 100%. And like I said at the change of ends, that when you're that far ahead, you can't help but take your foot off the gas. And we all talk about it, but in your head, you're like, we've got this. We've got to win 1 more point. That's all we've got to do. They've got to win a load more than us. And suddenly, every point that comes back, adds pressure back onto the side, bizarrely, that's got more points. We've all played sports probably in a different genre, as in I played squash. And what's your background, Tim?
Tennis.
There we go. So you'll have been there where you're 40 love up, and then suddenly you've lost the game on juice call or whatever else. I've played squash, and I'll be 9-2 up, and then lose it 11-9. Don't win a point after that 9. So it happens in sport, and that's why we love it. And especially in doubles pickleball, it's just a whole nother level.
Yeah, what an absolute pleasure to watch that game. And I mean, what a start to this stream the second day here at the Delta Tennis Centre. Don't go away. We have plenty more brilliant matches lined up for later today. Next up, we will be bringing you action from some more familiar faces. So Rob Adams and Georgie Gert will be taking on Flynn Crosswaite and Ruby Sire. So that's another of our 4.5 mixed matches group stages. So that one will be an interesting one. Simon and I will be back to take you through that after this short break.
Up in here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle, stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction, great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving, has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
IT landscapes are increasingly complex, with evolving security threats and the growing demand for seamless service delivery. A managed IT SIM platform enables businesses to overcome these challenges by streamlining processes, enhancing operational efficiency, strengthening security measures, and providing a scalable, cost-effective approach to IT service management. iCTO helps businesses optimize their managed IT SIM platforms by providing expert guidance, automation, and strategic IT service management solutions, ensuring efficiency, scalability, and enhanced service delivery while reducing costs and downtime. iCTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
tell where my head was at when you found me. Me and you went to.
Welcome back to the Delta Tennis Centre in Swindon here. We're bringing you another group match from our 4.5 mixed division. And we've got an interesting match ahead of us. This could be a wild card, Simon. Got the very experienced partnership at the top of your screens here of Rob Adams and Georgie Gert. And they will be playing two relative newcomers to pickleball, but certainly to tournament pickleball as well, making their first outing together, Flynn Crosswaite and Ruby Sire.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one. We love an unknown pairing that we haven't seen before. Rob and Georgie have played a lot of pickleball together. And these are two players I don't know much about, Tim, if I'm honest.
Yeah, so the two at the bottom of your screen here, Flynn Crosswaite and Ruby Sire, both play for the Norfolk Grizzlies, apparently. It's their first tournament outing together. Ruby Sire coming from a tennis background. And there you go. Quite a remarkable point there from all four players. You wouldn't think. I was speaking to Flynn Crosswaite just before the game. He has no rackets background whatsoever. Pickleball is his first racket sport that he's picked up. You wouldn't know it by looking at him. A very natural player with natural ability.
I find that fascinating that he's come from no rackets background at all. How has he discovered pickleball? Is he a golfer? Is he a hockey player? There has to be some eye hand there. You can just tell from the get-go that he's got it.
Yeah, natural athlete, natural reactions, and a natural reading of the game. And you can tell from the movement on court, these two could be quite a wild card pairing in this 4.5 division. We see it there.
Yeah.
Cracking reactions there from Ruby Sire. A real joy to watch. Some high quality stuff.
Do we know Ruby Sire's background, Tim?
Well, she told me she does have a tennis background. And you can kind of tell it in the technique she has. Strong technique on the forehand and in particular the backhand side. But these guys are really good understanding of the game and a good understanding, it looks like, of each other in their first tournament outing. I find it really hard to believe, Simon, he doesn't have a rackets background. He hit that double-handed reset on the backhand side like an absolute natural.
Yeah, it's got to be hockey or something like that, I think. Frank Carson, we saw yesterday on screen, is a very good hockey player. He came to pickleball and was a 4-0 within weeks. So you feel that there's definitely something involves a ball and a stick or something. Golf. What else could there be, Tim? Croquet? That's not a thing now, is it?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I've had a double-handed backhand ever since I picked up tennis at 15. And it's nothing as good as Flynn Crosswaite's. It's not really fair, to be honest, Simon. And it's a really fascinating encounter early doors. This one really could go either way. 1-1-1 the score. And a lovely steered single-handed backhand there by Ruby Sire down the line.
This will be interesting because Georgie and Rob will not know what's going to hit them. They probably don't know the players. They don't know their skill set. They don't know their weaknesses. They don't know their strengths. So they've got to learn on the fly here. And already you can see that you do not want to target Flynn because he can put anything away, backhand and forehand.
I think it's hard to decide really who to target out of this pairing. Both looking strong. I think they just have to rely on their experience and their play here. But when you are faced with an unknown partnering that is as good, I can imagine there's a little bit of a feeling of shell shock almost, that their experience is not coming to town here as Flynn Crossweight just absolutely charges into the net and tags Rob Adams. We are at 6-1 at the change of ends, and I think Rob Adams and Georgie Gert will probably want to have a little bit of a talk now about how they can possibly change things around, Simon.
Yeah, and you can see Georgie there on the stream. She does struggle with her emotions, bless her. Rob is a fantastic coach, but you can see already that those points have got to her head. She's put 3 or 4 points in the net, and she'll be thinking, why? You can see Rob talking to her and encouraging her, motivating her, and trying to get her head back in the game and forget those missed points. Let's go forward and let's think about the next point. Get those odd points out of the way.
Frustration there, Georgie Gert. And when you do feel under pressure, there's a natural tendency to want to try and end the points quickly. I think that was what Georgie Gert just felt in that last point, but they'll appreciate the nice, easy point there. An error off the forehand side from Flynn Crossweight. An uncharacteristic missed return as well. Takes them to 8-1, and this game very quickly slipping away.
So this has been interesting now. A side out. They need to score some points here. Ideally try and get on some sort of run. Get the missed shots out of your head and go score some points. There we go.
And that's a bit of a relief, a missed return. And it's tough because Flynn Crossweight really leaning forward into the kitchen area there. And if the drop isn't perfect, he's going to punish it, as we saw in that last point. I had the pleasure of playing Flynn Crossweight yesterday in the group stages, Simon, and I'd never played him before. And I quickly learned to target the other guy.
I can see why. He, a very good all-round athlete, we would say. Moves well, has a great balance. All set. And a missed return there.
I was not meaning to say that the other guy was bad by any stretch, but Flynn Crossweight just seems to have a natural reading of the game. Georgie Gert there just really getting a bit down on herself.
She is incredibly hard on herself, Georgie. We've heard her talk about the mental battles in commentary.
So it is game point. 10-3 down. And they'll want to try and get as many points as they can. We were saying earlier, Simon, every point does count. But even then, just to get a bit of confidence back for the next game, so they're not too downtrodden. Oh, good heavens. And that one just... I think we could have seen some paddles flying if that one dropped over, Simon.
Georgie's very happy with that, bless her.
But that is really good. Just coming forward and absolutely powering that forehand home. And you've got power and precision on both sides of the court. They're going to be a tough pair to beat, I think, actually, these two.
Well, I agree. I think, you know, most of these players know each other. They're friends. They go out. They go for food together, whatever else. And this new pairing, and I'm sure they'll be welcomed into the fold, but they're an unknown quantity. So, like I said earlier in commentary, is that, you know, you need to work out where is there a weakness? Who can we exploit? And at the moment, Tim, I can't see any.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, there we go. Maybe it's Flynn's forehand in the air smash. Because that just went slightly long, but, you know, it went slightly long. If that was me, it would have been in the car park.
Yeah, I think that's just one of the first errors, really, that Flynn Crosswaite has made. Errors do happen from time to time. But again, even when he missed that smash, Simon, the opportunity was there, and it was generated from the strong play of Crosswaite and Sire. But we see Georgie Gert and Rob Adams getting pumped up now. They've got a side out. And it's always good to see that they don't think this game is over just yet.
You feel they have to score some points from this side out, though. They can't go, again, non-scoring side out. Pressure's back on them. Just too high. The Georgie will be rude that moment. You've got to, and this is the problem, isn't it? Is they are that good, is you've got to hit the perfect drop.
Yeah, and I think sometimes that's the difference when you can maybe get away with a bit of a higher drop against players that are a bit weaker, but you just can't do it in this context. And there we have it. What you have to say is, surprisingly, really, Crosswaite and Sire with a fairly comfortable win overall. 11-3. Georgie Gert and Rob Adams will be feeling, I think, Simon, a bit shell-shocked after that encounter. Obviously, though, early stages in these group stages. And Crosswaite and Sire, worthy winners, really. I think they can't be too down on themselves, given the level that Crosswaite and Sire were playing at. You have to say that Crosswaite and Sire won that game. I wouldn't say that Adams and Gert necessarily lost it. And you have to weigh up the fact that you can imagine Crosswaite and Sire, if they continue that level, they're going to get quite a few wins in the groups. So they will have opportunities, Adams and Gert, I think, in the groups to get back in this tournament and in this category. So a really enthralling encounter there, Simon. And we'll be back shortly with more action from the groups of this 4.5 mixed doubles, where we'll be bringing some more familiar faces back. Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise, who you can see out on court now in matching pickle outfits. And they'll be playing Chanel Lowe and Dan O'Brien. So we'll be back shortly after this break.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Welcome back, everybody, to Swindon. And still waiting for the opponents of Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise to arrive. Scott Mayo, of course, for those that were listening yesterday, providing entertainment on the comms, and now providing entertainment through his juggling skills on the court as well. Thank our sponsors as always. Franklin, the lead sponsor of this event, and indeed the lead sponsor of the Franklin Pickleball Tour. Franklin Pickleball Tour, 14 of PickleB events across the country in all sorts of locations, providing opportunities for competitive play for all levels of players. Also like to thank our shoe sponsor, Skechers. And you may have noticed Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise wearing matching pickle outfits, pickle tops. Looking very fancy. They are available for sale. I believe it was Scott Mayo's friend, the shirt company that provides it. And if you do like the look of them, they are available.
Yeah, Scott Mayo is definitely a dedicated follower of fashion. As we mentioned yesterday, he's sporting the Skort, which, for those who weren't listening yesterday, is a combination of a short and a skirt. Fun fact is that Skort was actually Maisie Wise's, and she gave it to Scott because they're good mates, and because, as she said in her own words, it looked indecent on me. So Scott seems to think it looks decent on him. I'm still not sure, but he's comfortable. So, and he's very clear about how comfortable that skort is for him.
He's indecent in every way, is Scott Mayo. Hopefully might find some time to come on the commentary booth later on today. But we have Dan O'Brien and Chanel Lowe who have made their way onto court now. So we will be getting play underway in this match very shortly. Now, it's going to be interesting, this game, Simon, because Chanel Lowe and Dan O'Brien coming off a very disappointing defeat in the previous game. And it will be very interesting to see how they react to that loss, taking, I think, what was 8-0 lead and then having it chipped away. So they'll be looking to forget about that one in this one. And I think now we'll probably see them getting incredibly pumped up if they do get some points on the board to try and G themselves up and not get down trodden.
Well, I think also as well is that Chanel Lowe and Dan O'Brien have moved up from 4.0 to 4.5, so they realise this is a step up in level, and as they've learned to their cost that previous match, is that you just cannot take your foot off the gas, is that if you're ahead, you just keep pushing. So they'll learn from that experience. They're both talented players, and I believe you said yesterday in commentary, Tim, that do they get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and start drilling?
They do, yeah, the pair of them. Follow them on Instagram. They'll often post videos of them drilling in the early morning hours when most of us wouldn't even dream of being out of bed, let alone on the pickleball court.
And that is dedication, actually. And Dan O'Brien, a great tactician, a great thinker of the game as well. So not only will that be practicing their shots, muscle memory, but also about tactics, mental fortitude, which will be interesting to see how they dealt with that previous loss.
I don't think it will bother them too much because, like you say, mental fortitude and digging in are some of their strengths. I remember watching them, I believe, in Basingstoke a couple of weeks ago, taking on Rodri Oliver and Natasha Hood in the group matches there. Rodri Oliver, a PPL champion, and then taking an incredibly tight encounter, I believe 11-10. So they are used now to competing and winning at this level, Simon.
That's a good point, and this is why you're young and angelic, Tim, because you have a very good memory. My memory is like a goldfish. Some of my friends call me Dory sometimes. For those of you out there that are too old to remember the film, is a fish that has no brains and forgets everything it says after 3 seconds. I can't remember the name of the movie. That's how bad my memory is.
Finding Nemo.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, I knew there was something.
There's a case in point there, proving the point, Simon.
Oh dear.
So we're at 2-1-2. Early stages of this match, and it's a little bit bitty so far. Haven't had any particularly long rallies. Both teams still getting to grips with playing on the show court here, Simon.
Yeah, and I think probably as well, I'm not sure what Mayo and Wise's first game result was, but it feels like they're just all a bit nervous. They don't want to give away points. They'd rather just play percentage pickleball, get the ball back, not go for the massive winner. That is a great pickup from Chanel Lowe.
Oh, and I don't know, Simon, was that ball going out?
Yeah, 100%. I think Maisie knows that as well. She's a tall lady, and that was above her shoulder. So, as we know, shoulder high, let it fly.
Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo, regular partners here, pretty much coming to every PickleB event. Scott Mayo doing the social media and Maisie helping out, running, of course, the Franklin Tour results board. And very used to playing with each other now. Maisie, though, having some physical issues yesterday, was hobbling around, looked like she could barely move. So she's looking like she's, well, absolutely fine at the minute. I can't see any issues with her movement at all, Simon.
No, she seems to have recovered very well, but I guess the joys of youth. Speaking to her after the Basingstoke tournament, she thinks it's some sort of back issue, although it appears to be in a hip, but she spoke to a physio that was at that event and said it's something to do with your back. So he probably needs to get some treatment, but knowing Maisie, she'll be like, oh, I'll be okay, I'll be fine. But, you know, as you say, she seems to be moving well enough today.
A nice drop on the backhand side with slice there from Scott Mayo. That's difficult to handle. And it's 3-3-1. Scott Mayo mimicking his failed backhand there.
If he comes back onto commentary later on today, we may just bring that up at some point. You'd probably rather listen to his failed backhand than you would about where Fern's come from, Tim, do you think?
Yeah. You never know what you're going to get with Scott, either on the court or in commentary, and that's why we love him. But he's showing some fancy footwork there, moving forward through the transition zone and putting that forehand away. And they've built up a 3-point advantage now at the change of ends. So 6-3. Dan O'Brien and Chanel Lowe deep in conversation as they move past.
It's quite interesting, that last one. You saw Scott Mayo's movement looking for the Ernie. And what that does to the opposing player is it just gets in our eye line a little bit. And so Chanel Lowe then missed her dink because she was looking at Scott and what he was about to do and put her off her next shot. So sometimes you don't even need to make the shot. Just movement on the court can distract the other player. Another great tactic.
Yeah, absolutely right, Simon. You do catch when somebody moves across like that, and sometimes it can make you adjust the shot that you're about to play and almost panic. And that's what we saw in that last point, as Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise still talking about that rather dodgy backhand that Scott Mayo hit. But they take a 6-3 lead. And Mayo, probably the right move, but just a tiny bit too slow, not able to get over that ball properly and hit through it. So that one goes long and gives Lowe and O'Brien a chance to re-establish themselves in this game. It's power. It's exactly what I was about to say, Scott. He says that they just get everything back. It's so frustrating. And you can tell these guys can defend as if they're on the front lines. It's really quite impressive to watch, both of them. I need to start waking up at 5 a.m., Simon, going to the pickleball courts.
Well, if you've got a partner that you want to get up with at 5 a.m. Tim and drill with, then good luck to you. I mean, yeah. I think that just shows you that if you talk to any of the pro players, especially in the UK and certainly in the US, they'll spend more time drilling than they will actually playing. And it's all about the muscle memory. And you can see that with Chanel Lowe and Dan O'Brien, is that they are rehearsed in their shots. They're not really making many mistakes. It's only the winners that are winning the game, if that makes sense. So that's all down to that 5 a.m. alarm call, coffee at 5:30, pickleball court at 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what pickleball does to people, folks. It can take over your life and be all you can think about from dusk till dawn. So they've reduced the deficit now. It's 1 point. Mayo is telling himself beat. I think annoyed at his own movement there. Movement's such an important aspect in pickleball. Oh, and tagged. Scott Mayo, just a little fist bump there. No, it is still 6-3. So there is no reduction in deficit. So no scoring side out. Oh, and I love that forehand from Maisie Wise. She cranks it up, almost like making her arm elastic, Simon, putting some real wrist action into that shot. Hit with such power and poise. A real pleasure to watch and incredibly difficult to get back.
Yeah, and then we go, her partner then goes and hits something long. Bless Scott. Maisie's, I mean, a fantastic athlete and a great competitor. And as we said earlier, to come back from what looked like quite a serious injury yesterday is all credit to her and her competitiveness. Scott Spain blaming the barriers there. Sorry, Scott, you know, cameras are more important than you. Not all about you, Scott. And this game now feels like a bit of an epic battle. It's still only 6-3. No one's really taking control of it. 7-3. Even though there's a 4-point gap, it feels like if Lowe and O'Brien got on a roll, they'd soon quickly close that gap.
Yeah, they can dig in to these games. And, I mean, we've seen it in all of their matches so far. Their ability to defend and get shots back is something else. But they do need to start converting some of these opportunities to points, because we have a no-scoring side out there, which means they're at 7-3 down. I think they've had 3 or 4 no-scoring side outs. Oh, and Scott Mayo's bringing the show here. And Macy looked away at the wrong time. And he chest bumps the air there. But he'll be very happy to get an Ernie. And that does take them up to a 5-point lead now, 8-3. And Scott oozing confidence in his play after that Ernie. And now suddenly Simon, a 6-point lead, 9-3-1, with 2 opportunities to take this game. 2 serving opportunities. And that one does go wide, and it will be 2 opportunities to take this first game. And they've really, the last few points, feels like they've stepped up a gear.
Yeah, and as you say, Scott is oozing confidence now, hitting that Ernie. Look at him across the cover of the court. He knows they're winning points to sight. There we go.
And I think he's got that feeling there of invincibility. We all search for it as pickleball players. It often eludes us, but Scott, that Ernie giving him all the confidence in the world and suddenly taking control and winning those points. And there was just an extra zip in his step after that Ernie, wasn't there, Simon?
Absolutely, and that could just do wonders for your confidence. And you could see that in his movement, and then also in his application of when the ball came to him. He didn't make a mistake, he just put it away. You feel like you are invincible, as you said, Tim.
Yeah, a good win for them. Disappointment for Lowe and O'Brien, particularly after losing that first game, but they were up against Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise there, playing really well, and there will be more opportunities for them going forward. So we will be back with more action from this group stage, the 4.5 mixed division. We'll be bringing you Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise again, and we'll see if Scott Mayo can continue his aura of invincibility. And they will be playing Andrew Parker and Jeanette Van Dell. So join us after this break.
What you waiting for? People ready to ride. I think I'm ready to ride. I think I'm ready to ride. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to
IT landscapes are increasingly complex, with evolving security threats and the growing demand for seamless service delivery. A managed IT SIM platform enables businesses to overcome these challenges by streamlining processes, enhancing operational efficiency, strengthening security measures, and providing a scalable, cost-effective approach to IT service management. ICTO helps businesses optimize their managed IT SIM platforms by providing expert guidance, automation, and strategic IT service management solutions, ensuring efficiency, scalability, and enhanced service delivery while reducing costs and downtime. ICTO, here when you need it.
Welcome back, everyone, to Swindon for another 4.5 mixed group match, where we'll be seeing the familiar faces of Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise in their matching pickle outfits, and they'll be playing the experienced pair of Andrew Parker and Jeanette Van Dell. Both play together regularly at Royal Berkshire David Lloyd. Jeanette Van Dell, for pickleball enthusiasts out there, the mother of Lauren Van Dell, young lad who's part of the PPL, plays in Thaddeus Locke's Skechers team. An absolute beast of a player. So apparently she taught him everything he knows. So with that promise, this should be a cracking encounter, Simon.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jeanette does play with Lauren mixed, 18 plus. And even though she's a mother, she is still a very young mother, I believe. So yeah, this will be an interesting contest. I think Nathan Parker didn't have a great day yesterday. I'm not sure of his results. Jeanette certainly stepped up with her partnership yesterday. So this will be an interesting contest. I think Scott and Maisie will feel they have a slight advantage, certainly after that last win. Don't know the results of Jeanette Van Dell and Nathan Parker's first or second game. But it feels like the way Scott's playing, he has that invincibility cloak. Thank you. Sorry.
The invincibility cloak, the lesser known part of the Harry Potter series.
So, I read those books to my daughter many years ago. I love a bit of Harry Potter.
Yeah, but Andrew Parker, absolutely terrifying figure at the net. When that ball goes up in the air, he hits with such incredible power.
It's quite interesting sat here in commentary, ground floor level. He's quite a big man, is Andrew Parker, isn't he? And that, as you say, at the net, you've got to hit a decent lob to get it over his head. And with the height of that ceiling, it's not something you want to try, I don't think.
Yeah, exactly right, Simon. And he likes to come forward and dominate. He's got a big forehand. He likes to hit the ball really hard.
It would seem that Jeanette Van Dell and Andrew Parker both got the memo about wearing Skechers footwear of the same colour. Other colours are available, but I'm liking the pink Skechers.
Absolutely, Skechers footwear sponsors of this event here.
Good to know that a man feels comfortable in his own skin, that he can wear a pink oh, excuse me while I choke. A pink trainer. It wasn't worth the wait. Sorry, folks.
Gosh. I didn't realise you were so disgusted by it, Simon.
I've got a pink paddle, I'll have you know.
No, yeah, they're nice shoes, the pink Skechers. So, this game still warming up. Early stages, 2-2-1, so Maisie.
What a reset by Mayo there. That was class.
Yeah, really good. And I think he still does have that aura of invincibility. Taking 3 wins into this match, Mayo and Wise. It's a stacked group. It's a big group. 8 teams overall. So each team will be playing 7 matches, Simon. So a lot of pickleball to play.
Yeah, and as we mentioned yesterday in comms, that's the joy of the PickleB events, is that you'll get a minimum of 6 games, often more than that. So these guys will end up probably playing 9 games plus, because even though there are 7 teams, you say, Tim, or 8?
8 teams,
8 teams in the group. They'll all go through. So top 4 will go through to play semis and then for medal playoffs. And then bottom 4 will go through to play for places. So you always have more games after your round robin matches. Something we probably should talk more about is that we have players often that come to these events that are new. They play their round robin matches and then go home. And actually, when they don't go home, you're going to have some more matches after, because what that does is, depending on where you are on your group, if you're going towards the bottom, you'll end up playing people of a similar standard. So towards the end of your playing day, you'll be getting closer matches if you've perhaps entered in the wrong group or had a bad day or whatever the reason is.
Yeah, exactly, Simon. And it is a real positive of these events, because you can have an absolute shocker in the groups and still win a couple matches in those lower level playoffs. So you can come away feeling happy. But this is a good performance so far from Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo. Taking a lot of confidence from their 3 wins so far. Scott is looking for an Ernie at absolutely every opportunity. And almost it looks like he's putting off Maisie a little bit.
I was about to say that. Look, his movement was so sharp. I think Maisie was thinking, what on earth are you doing, Scott? And then netted the dink.
We've seen that a couple of times where he's moved across and Maisie just putting that ball in the net. Nice dink there from Maisie. Ball absolutely dying on court. So Andrew Parker and Jeanette Vandel at another point on the board here. Good serve. And that will get a few free points, that serve. It does hit that nicely. A lot of top spin. And nice and deep. Jeanette and Andrew winning 1 out of 3 of their games so far. Losing one of them to 10.
And as you said earlier, the losing games, if you want to lose a game, you want to lose it 11-10, because those losing points will go towards your final position place for playoffs. Maisie looking a bit confused there. That was definitely a miss hit off the bottom edge of her paddle.
He's hitting that overhead really nicely, Scott. Not really giving any opportunities to get back in the point.
He's full of confidence at the moment, Scott. It's great to see because he's a lovely lad. And for all the ribbon we gave him yesterday for his bizarre sometimes commentary, he's generally a great person and also a great pickleball player. And great to see him full of confidence on the court.
And he's great fun, I'm sure. Haven't had the pleasure yet of playing with him, but he has a real lovely demeanor on court. Always willing to joke with his partner and his opponents. And misdrop there. And they do find themselves, Parker and Varndell, 3-10 down. We're on the second serve. And a missed serve there from Varndell. And she walks away in disgust at herself, giving now 2 opportunities for Mayo and Wise to take this group game. Oh my lord. And that was hit almost out of frustration more than anything else. Parker absolutely belting that ball in the net. That was an all or nothing shot. If it was in, there was no way that was coming back, but it does go in the net. And another win on the board for Mayo and Wise. That takes them to 4 out of 4. They'll be happy. Wise showing no signs of that injury that plagued her yesterday. So that was an interesting game, a fairly comfortable win in the end for Mayo and Wise. So they'll feel that they're put themselves in a good position to qualify from the group. And Simon, we've got another cracker in store for us in the next game. I'm really looking forward to this one. We get another view of the 2 young pretenders, Flynn Crosswaite and Ruby Sire, who we watched earlier today, putting in a really good performance against Rob Adams and Georgie Gert. And they'll be playing against a pairing, again, that played earlier today in the first game, where we saw an absolutely thrilling comeback from Michael Liddington and Helen Waters. That'll be a really intriguing encounter.
Indeed, and it'll be interesting. We'll go and get the the results of their games in a minute when we come back to comms, because I think probably this might be the playoff match, maybe, Tim, from that group. Well, no, actually, you got Mayo and Wise as well, haven't you? So yeah, it's I mean, as in who's going to take the group. So very tight group, I think. Again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. I think this will be done on points.
Yeah. 7 games in total. We're about halfway through, well, just over halfway through the games played. So these last few games will be absolutely critical for those wanting to qualify. And please don't go away, because this next game does promise to be something quite special. So we'll be back after this break.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Tyson McGuffin here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle, stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction, great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is gonna take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
Sometimes when you've had a few missed shots and you see the game going away. Oh, now we're talking. Sometimes when you've had a few missed shots and you see the game going away. Oh, now we're talking. Sometimes when you've had a few missed shots and you see the game going away. Oh, now we're talking. Sometimes when you've had a few missed. So Nosy.
What a reset by...
And this is what Pickleball does to people, folks. For 8-3. And Scott oozing confidence in his 3 down. I think they've had 3 or 4 no-scoring side outs. Oh, and Scott...
Tournament. She thinks it's some sort of back issue, although it appears to be in a hit, but she spoke to him.
Boy, issues yesterday, was hobbling around, looked like she could barely move. So she's looking, so they're not too downtrodden. Oh, good heavens.
Watching that Ernie. Look at him across the cover of the court. He knows the winning points to sight. There we go.
And so Andrew Parker and Jeanette Varndell. Sometimes when you've had a few missed shots and you see the game going away. Oh, now we're talking. Errors do happen from time to time. But again, even when he missed that. Oh, and I in commentary, and that's why we love him. Shock, almost. That their experience is putting that ball in the net. And nice and deep. Oh my lord. Oh,
Lloyd. And at the moment, Tim, I can't see any.
yeah, absolutely.
Oh, there we go. These guys will end up probably playing 9 games plus, because even though there are
but that is, so they've reduced the deficit now. It's 1 point. Is a real positive of these events, because you can have an absolute shocker in the groups and still win a couple matches in those. To forget about that one in this one. I was not meaning to say that the other guy was bad by any stretch, but Flynn Crossweight just seems to have a natural reading. And it's a really fascinating encounter early doors. This one really could go either way. 1-1-1, the score.
is really taking control of it. 7-3.
You can maybe get away with a bit of a higher drop against players that are a bit weaker, but you just got to.
I agree. I think, most of these players know each other. They're friends. They go out. They go for food together, whatever.
1, so Nosy.
What a reset by...
And this is what Pickleball does to people, folks. For 8-3. And Scott oozing confidence in his 3 down. I think they've had 3 or 4 no-scoring side outs. Oh, and Scott...
Tournament. She thinks it's some sort of back issue, although it appears to be in a hit, but she spoke to him.
boy. Issues yesterday, was hobbling around, looked like she could barely move. So she's looking, so they're not too downtrodden. Oh, good heavens.
Hitting that Ernie. Look at him across the cover of the court. He knows the winning points to site. There we go.
And so Andrew Parker and Jeanette Varndell. Sometimes when you've had a few missed shots and you see the game going away. Oh, now we're talking. Errors do happen from time to time. But again, even when he missed that. Oh, and I are in commentary, and that's why we love him. Shock, almost. That their experience is not putting that ball in the net. And nice and deep. Oh my lord.
Oh, like, and at the moment, Tim, I can't see any.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, there we go. These guys will end up probably.
Welcome back, everyone. And we are here now with another group game in our 4.5 mixed division. Flynn Crossway and Ruby Sire at the bottom of your screens versus Michael Lidington and Helen Waters. Both have played on the show court already today, and both putting on incredibly strong performances with 2 wins. And I can tell you now that Flynn Crossway and Ruby Sires have won 2 out of their 4 games. Michael Lidington and Helen Waters with just that single win in the first game. So they found things tough going in a stacked field, Simon.
Yeah, and we said at the beginning of the day that this was going to be a tough competition. As Tim just said, it's a stacked field. Interesting enough, I spoke to Finn just before the start of the game and asked him what his rackets background was, and he said none. I've just played football. And I said, well, surely you didn't develop that eye-hand coordination just playing football. And he went, oh yeah, I played county cricket from the age of 11 to 15. It's like, oh, that'll be that then. That'll be your eye-hand. So very modest young man. Great to see him join the sport of pickleball.
Yeah, the more converts we can get, the better. So it will be cricket, no doubt. A strong batsman, relying on those quick reactions, because in cricket, of course, those balls coming at you incredibly quick. So you would expect him to have strong reactions at the net. So a quick start from Crossway and Sire. Lidington and Waters. And Michael just putting that forehand into the net. I saw that last time on this court. Just a bit of a slow start. Seeing the points slip away slightly. And that power of fling crossweight coming into play there. Moving forward through the court very nicely. Putting the pressure on Helen Waters. Unable to get that ball back. Just unable to get that backhand back, fling crossweight. So I spoke to Harry Feast earlier, who posted an 11-1 win against the partnership of Crossweight and Sire. And he was saying they got quite a lot of success from outlasting them at the net in dinking rallies. So you do get players that are a little bit newer to pickleball. You can rely on your dinking shots a little bit more because they won't be as used to playing those really, really long rallies and will perhaps overplay the shots at the wrong time. So we're at 1-5 here. Oh, but it's so... And we've seen it time and time again now. When they get ahead in the rally, Crossweight and Sire, they just hit that ball with an additional bit of venom on it that's so difficult to defend. And it's so hard even for really accomplished defenders like Liddington and Waters to get those shots back when they're coming at such a really daunting pace. Oh, and Helen Waters just so uncharacteristic on the backhand side there, putting that ball midway up that net. And they're looking a little bit low on energy. Again, a bit of a roller coaster journey for them. Trying to get themselves pumped up now. See that on the screen there. Michael and Helen just talking to each other. Trying to get a bit more energy. They know from experience now that it's never a lost cause when you're down. Helen and Michael from Bristol, of course, not too far away from Swindon. So we've got quite a few Bristol players that have turned out. Having some support from the sidelines. And this is the problem when you have a change of ends, Simon. Quite often this happens where you forget, or one team forgets which side they were standing on. And there's all around confusion about who should be serving and who should be receiving.
Yeah, absolutely. And also when you take a bit of a time out on that change of end as well, you kind of forget where you were. So it's a tricky one, but they seem to have got themselves sorted now.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. You get so engaged within the game, you almost forget everything else.
think also from Livingston and Water's point of view is they just want to get into the game. They haven't quite got into the game yet, so that'll be their main focus. They're not really thinking about the scoring. They just want to win some points.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately for them, it's a no-scoring side out. And Michael Liddington chastising himself there at the back of the court. Oh, and it's another uncharacteristic error on the backhand side from Helen Waters. Normally such a strong shot for her. Just unable to get that ball over the net. And we need, or they certainly need, Michael Liddington to get into his aura of invincibility. Whip out that cloak, Simon.
Thank you, Tim, for reminding of my commentating errors. Yeah, they're just not in the game, unfortunately. I think Prostwaite and Sire have just taken the game completely out of their hands and have dominated all the way through and not allowed them to get into the game.
So we're at 8-1-2. And that is now 9-1-2. A really cracking forehand from Flynn Crosswaite. And when you're getting power coming at you like that, and you need to try and get back in the game, you know you just can't have any room for errors. And it's another error from Liddington. Gives them a game point at 10-1. And they really are looking a bit out of sorts, Simon.
Yeah, I think this is the problem, this level of just one small mistake can then compound and compound and compound. And you can't afford to miss an easier return or a simple dink. There we go, game point.
And there it is. There it is, 11-1 the final score there. They walk away disappointed. Yeah, just Michael Liddington acknowledging the opponents there, saying they played really, really well. Was unable to really make any headway into that game. And disappointment for them. They will have another couple of games to try and get another win on the board. But we have more action to look forward to shortly. And a couple of players coming onto the show court shortly that we won't have seen before. At least not today. They are experienced players in their own right. Lewis Oakey and Charlotte Presley will be playing the imposing figure of Andrew Parker and Jeanette Varndell. So we saw them a little bit earlier. And that will be another intriguing encounter. So we look forward to bringing you that back after this short break. You're dinking shots a little bit more because they won't be as... You think also from...
Up in here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop. And it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
IT landscapes are increasingly complex, with evolving security threats and the growing demand for seamless service delivery. A managed IT SIM platform enables businesses to overcome these challenges by streamlining processes, enhancing operational efficiency, strengthening security measures, and providing a scalable, cost-effective approach to IT service management. iCTO helps businesses optimize their managed IT SIM platforms by providing expert guidance, automation, and strategic IT service management solutions, ensuring efficiency, scalability, and enhanced service delivery while reducing costs and downtime. iCTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to...
Welcome back again to Swindon here, the Delta Tennis Centre. Sponsored by Franklin, our lead sponsors, with Skechers as our footwear sponsors. And a slight change to the schedule here. So one of the courts falling slightly behind on the outer court. So we've moved one of those matches onto centre here. So another opportunity for Liddington, Michael Liddington and Helen Waters to put on a slightly improved performance, they'll be hoping, against Harry Feast and Jen Hewitt. So Harry Feast and Jen Hewitt, a first time partnering. Jen Hewitt quite often in the past partnering up with Louis Belson and having a very strong performance a couple of weeks ago, not with Louis Belson but with Joshua Bright, who is really well, he hits the ball probably harder than I've ever seen anyone hit the ball. So she got silver a couple of weeks ago. Harry Feast, though, also has pedigree, Simon. Quite regularly medaling at these 4.5 events now. Oh, and Michael Liddington clenches his fist at the camera. It wasn't the most assured put away, but a put away it was nonetheless. And they'll be very pleased because they've reached an early 2-0 lead.
Great to see the game being played in good spirit. They're all laughing at that shot. The fact that it just snuck in the line. And good to see Liddington and Waters maybe getting some confidence back now after that heavy defeat in their last game.
Yeah, that wasn't characteristic of what we normally expect from these, but it's been a bit of an erratic day for them, reaching the heights of coming back from 8-1 down and absolutely getting in the zone to then, in some of the other matches, being strewn with a few unforced errors. An unforced error there from Jen Hewitt, a missed return. And Jen Hewitt and Harry Feast have won 3 of their 5 games so far, Simon. So very much in the hunt for a qualification place.
Oof.
And some fantastic...
That was a great hand battle there, wasn't it? Toe for toe with Feast at Waters. So, and Feast just came off the better one.
Yeah, and Harry Feast really has been working hard, drilling his fast hands, and you can see that in action there. His reactions really have come a long way. That's a great thing about these events, watching some of the players improve, Simon. Watching them grow as they move up the rating categories.
Yeah, I remember Maisie talking about Harry 2 or 3 years ago, and that she just met him and how good she thought he could be, and he's proved her right in many ways.
And a good finish there. But a much stronger start from Livingston and Waters. Just to demonstrate the pedigree of Harry Feast and Jen Hewitt, beating Flynn Crosswaite and Ruby Sire in the group game, who we just saw a minute ago in a very assured display, beating them 11-1. So it's funny, isn't it, Simon? Players that you think sometimes are going to put on a really, really close encounter, a close match. Sometimes it doesn't turn out that way.
Yeah, every game's different. So, you know, we're talking about Livingston and Waters. That win where they came from behind, that can take its toll on your next game, because you've used all your energy, all your mental toughness to win that game, and then you go into the next and you're probably still a bit shell-shocked, probably just a bit fatigued from that win. So interesting to see that result with Feast and Hewitt against Sire and Crosswaite. Sorry, lost my way there. Could have been something similar where they were just on fire and Sire and Crosswaite weren't quite in the game, because having watched 2 of their games, they definitely should not be losing games 11-1.
A good finish there from Helen Waters, puts that overhead away. Just broken down there on the backhand side from Helen Waters. She will be disappointed because that was developing into a really cracking rally. But made up for it with a lovely put away that scores a strike as well. I think that's somebody's mug that went clattering. The ball just clipping the ball. The ball just clipping the mug, rather. I don't think it's broken. Yeah, good put away there from Jen Hewitt. That drop just going a bit too high. So we're at 4-5-1. And that backhand again, and I can't help but feel that they are perhaps targeting that backhand a little bit. They've got some success in those dinking rallies, just waiting for it to break down. And that takes us to 5-5-1 now. And a missed shot there means that Feast and Hewitt have the advantage going into the change of ends. 6-1-1, but this is really still anyone's game.
You say, Tim, it does feel like they're targeting the backhand of Waters. And as we've said before, you start to miss a couple of shots and it gets in your head, especially when you know you're being targeted on that shot.
Yeah, so it wouldn't surprise me if they carry on that tactic. And then you just see Helen Waters and Michael Liddington employing a stack there. A good finish from Harry Feast. Yeah, and that one does go in. And that's a strong run of points there from 5-4 down. 4 unanswered points, 8-5-1 now. But it was a good return. That one, nice and deep. Harry Feast unable to hit the drop in. And he'll want that one back, Simon.
Absolutely. You can see the frustration in his face. That was a one to be put away. And that would have given him a nice, almost clear run to the end, possibly. But here we go, change of ends.
And that's 2 in a row. Missed smashes, which does give Michael Liddington and Helen Waters the point, so they reduce the deficit to 2.
Could there be a momentum change, possibly? Harry will be thinking about those 2 missed opportunities.
Not thinking too hard about them, though. Some really assured play at the net. Had to hit a few overheads in that one, but hit with confidence. And a nice put away to finish. So another opportunity, though, for Helen Waters and Michael Liddington. And Helen Waters working the backhand. That lovely double-handed backhand. It's well and truly back. Well, it was back for a short period, and we enjoyed it when it was back.
Welcome to the commentator's curse.
And I think was in.
Was out. We'll see. No, it was in.
Yeah, it was in. So we're at 9-7-1. And that winning line getting closer for Hewitt and Feast. Yeah, that's better from Michael Liddington. Reacting well to those speed ups. That will give him some confidence. and wins the serve back at 7-9. And this one still anybody's game. Oh. That one floats long. For a second, I think Harry Feast thought that was going to drop in, but was a good couple of feet long. But a good scramble, though, Simon.
Absolutely. You have to admire Liddington's athleticism there. Going left and going right. Glasses. Going left and going right and getting the ball back every time. So, yeah, impressive play.
8-9-2. Things tighten up here. And it's, I think, wrapping. Rop, and that's 9-9-2. Are we going to see another really good comeback here from Liddington and Waters? I think, given the length as well of these groups, Simon, it's possible if it's top 4 qualify, they can win the next 2. It's possible that they'll qualify, but that is a missed backhand.
Going for the ATP there and just didn't quite get the angle, did he? Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the points difference. I guarantee it'll be something like someone will go through by having 1 point extra than someone else, you know, because looking at all these games, they all feel of a level, and that depending on the pairing that's playing their best at the time, anyone can win the games.
A missed return, and Helen Waters will be really frustrated at herself there, giving game point. 10-9-2. Oh, and Michael Liddington will be praising the Lord after that net cord.
I wouldn't say it was heavenly, Tim, but it was something religious.
He'll be thinking it was a miracle. And that takes them, after saving a game point, that takes them to 10-10-1 here. Game point for Liddington and Waters. And Michael relies on his forehand. After missing a few throughout the match, he goes for it. Down the line, he gets it. And a really close match ends 11-10 here. That brings up Liddington and Waters' second win of these groups. So Harry Feast and Jen Hewitt, that's 3 from 6 for them now. It's 2 from 6 for Helen Waters and Liddington. Everything's still to play for in this incredibly close groups. Anybody can beat anybody. And I hope you will join us again very, very shortly for another group match. I believe it might be a change in schedule. We have down Lewis Oak and Charlotte Presley versus Andrew Parker and Jeanette Varndell, but it's possible that will have happened on another court, but we will bring you more action from the group stages of the 4.5 division, mixed division, very shortly.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Let's see how it goes.
Oh! Big cojones. Do that. Oh, goes high up. Takes the time.
Wow, now that was...
And volley from James Lofthouse.
Head.
What a reset by Mr. James Lofthouse. Wow.
Catching Grayson Matthews out. Oh.
Change of tactics next now. Starting head. There we go.
Yeah, you'd have to say that probably in terms of... they're both playing really well at the minute. Equal level. Well, you're treated to points like that.
Wow.
Wow.
Speed up there
Wow.
from Manning.
What deep?
Vandell comes over, takes the third. Yamauka.
Oh, it's a dink. And they find themselves battling again an early deficit.
Oh, helpless. And you've caught me at a time where I am. Wow. Look at that.
From Mayo and Hares. And Rob Adams there. This little drop shot there. Patel gets.
Wow. Took it out of the air and. Oh, look at that. Little switch up
Very
from
good at
Adams.
taking it out of the air. Goes for the air. In this strange game we call Pickleball. Tell you what, Saunders.
Nice.
Wow.
Final, so we could have a lot of pickleball still to play. As an 8-1 here.
Great reset.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the penultimate game, I believe, of the 4.5 mixed doubles. We've just lost the scoreboard slightly, so bear with us. Great defence from Jeanette Vandell. Falls short on that last dink from the baseline. 0-1-2. Parker just overplaying that shot, I felt, trying to win the point. Welcome back, Mr. Spearway, while I grab control of the scoreboard.
Yes. Joining you back here, Simon. Early stages of this group stage encounter. Liddington and Waters. Another opportunity for them to show their skills on the show court for the third time running. A good win from them last time. A tight encounter. 11-10. And they take an early 3-0 lead. Assured finish there, though, from Helen Waters. No, not 3-0, it's 1-2. And we can see there pure power. So it is Andrew Parker and Janine Vandell on the lower half of your screen. And we're just correcting the scoreboard now. And Andrew Parker, as we've seen before, absolutely loves to blast that forehand. And I think this game is going to be a story of whether Liddington and Waters defensive skills are up to scratch, able to handle that additional power as we see him absolutely spanking down a serve. Yeah, good return there from Helen Waters, and that point was all set up from that deep return, making Andrew Parker unable to move forward into the court through the transition zone. Just breaking down there, Vondel on the backhand side. So, Simon, do you think that's going to be a tactic from Waters and Liddington targeting that backhand side of Vondel?
I think it would be an obvious tactic, really, because Parker is so dominant when he's at the net, and his forehand is, you don't want to be hitting it anywhere near there. So that feels, I know traditionally the women are targeted in mixed doubles, but sometimes when it's an equal pairing, not so much. But it definitely feels that Jeanette Vondel would be the slightly weaker link of the two, possibly. Certainly staying away from Parker's forehand.
Jeanette Vondel, a very solid, consistent player. Doesn't necessarily have the raw power of her partner, Andrew Parker. I think they will be relying on Parker's power. But as we've seen, he is prone to making a few mistakes, overplaying some of those shots. And it's 7-5-2 now, so a 2-point cushion for Liddington and Waters. And a miss drop. And Liddington's drops have been a source of frustration for him today. He seems to be able to get into a zone, Simon, where he's hitting them really well, and then goes through periods where it seems like he can't get them in at all.
It's just the pressure of the game, isn't it? And this is where you go back to the drilling of Chanel Lowe and Dan O'Brien, is that you drill, 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 and it becomes natural. And it's almost like a, you know, waking up in the morning, you just know exactly what's going to happen. But under pressure, under the lights of show court, commentary, cameras, everything changes.
Yeah, a lot more difficult to hit a drop when the adrenaline's running through your veins. Those delicate shots are harder to hit than a drive. And as we saw there, a cracking drive from Andrew Parker reduces the deficit now to 1. And they'll be desperate in the later stages of this game to avoid that forehand of Parker. Oh, and a really good finish there from Helen Waters, stepping as close to the kitchen line as you can, reaching over the kitchen and putting a ridiculous angle on that put away. Really assured play from her, and successfully as well, Simon, avoiding Andrew Parker. You can see him prowling around the court, desperate to get it into play, but they managed to avoid that forehand.
Yeah, he's literally taking 2/3, if not 3/4 of the court, trying to dominate the play. And that can sometimes put your partner off as well, because you're just not sure where he should be stood. So, interesting dynamic to watch unfold. Oh,
and that is good. And Andrew Parker showing the frustration on his face after that net cord. And another backhand.
Linton Waters moved within 2. Pressure's now firmly on Bondell and Parker, and now that is game point.
Yeah, a really quick run of points here, Simon. They've upped the power and upped the intensity. And could this be 2 wins in a row in this last group game for Waters and Liddington? And it is a really sharp finish there, poaching across, waiting for the right opportunity. And if that is Liddington's last shot of this group, qualifying or not, I think he'll be quite happy with that last shot on the show court. So 2 wins in a row makes them, or takes them up to 3 out of 7. So a sandwich, 1 win at the beginning, a series of losses, then 2 losses. 2 wins rather at the end there. So we'll try to bring you results of the group matches and qualification from this division and the other divisions playing in Swindon today shortly, but we will be going to a short break until we do that. So join us back for more action very shortly. Apologies, there will be no break. I've been told everybody just loves the sound of my voice so much that we'll be going straight into a new division now. And a change of rating and a change of age category as well. And we'll be bringing you action from the men's 50 plus 4.0 division.
Yeah, and we know some of these players quite well. Darren Cornish, a regular. Mark Powell, a regular. Daryl Blair, a regular. And also Mark Johnson, a regular as well. So it's been an interesting match. Mark and Daryl have moved up from 3-5 to 4-0. They've medalled quite frequently, silvers and golds. I actually won a gold with Mark in Tunbridge Wells. Thanks to Mark for that, because I didn't do very much. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys get on moving up from 3-5 to 4-0. If I was a betting man, my money would be on Johnson and Cornish to take this one, Tim.
Yeah, I would give them the slight edge, although I haven't seen too much of the other pairing. But Darren Cornish and Mark Johnson, very experienced players and really strong. I had the pleasure of playing with Mark Johnson just on Monday. And he has this effortless style of play, Simon, where he barely looks like he's putting any effort in to hit the ball at all. But it comes off, as we see there, with remarkable power and zip.
Yeah, and they're both very good athletes as well. Darren's been playing 18 plus quite a bit in our tournaments. So, you know, to go back and play in his age group, as it were, he'll probably find, you know, he's got a little bit more time, a little bit more space. So it'll be very interesting to see how they progress through this group.
That's first point on the board and now second point on the board. Nice strong serve there from Darren Cornish. And they do really love playing pickleball, Simon, as it's meant to be played. Well, I say meant to be played, but a pure form of pickleball where they love their drops and they love getting to the net and dinking to Mark Johnson and Darren Cornish.
Yeah, they play pickleball as it's meant to be played, which is power, precision, technique.
And there we go. A really nice tag there from Mark Johnson, accelerating into that backhand, single-handed, right into the stomach of Blair.
And that's the quality of the play, is that trying to force them to make a deep return which goes long. They'll want to get a point on the board, Powell and Blair. And as I say, it's a step up in level for them, so no doubt they'll be feeling the pressure not only of going up in level, but also being on the show court with commentaries and cameras.
Oh, the first one was going long. Mark Johnson called it out for Darren. Second one was going long. He almost hit it himself, just managing to withdraw his hand in time.
I'll be happy with that, Blair and Powell. They're now off the mark. Hopefully they'll gain in confidence.
Yeah, lovely. And we see there the lovely single-handed backhand from Darren Cornish on display. That is probably, I would say, his strongest shot, particularly when he's at the net. The roll volley of Darren Cornish is one to watch because he gets some real whip and top spin on it. It's really, really difficult to defend against.
That was a rough net ball there. They don't need much more help, really, I don't think, but they'll take that point.
It's tough going in this game so far for Blair and Powell. They'll hope that luck can turn a little bit more on their side. A good patient play there, Simon.
I think they've just got to play themselves into the game and not be scared of the opponents or the arena they're in, is to actually play the pickleball that they know they can. Every reason why they've moved up to this level is because they've medalled gold and silver several times now in 3-5, so clearly it's time they moved up.
Yeah, and that is a bit of a gift, and that really does boost the confidence sometime.
Absolutely.
You just get a lovely missed return, a quick, easy point, particularly when you're down. Gives you a little bit of confidence. And another point there. Reduces the deficit from 5 to 3. Oh, and that was a bit of a shocker from Darren Cornish. That ball sailing probably almost out the country. He hits it, and then he's so put off by the fact that he hits it, he almost gives up on the next shot.
I think he was still shaking his head from that shot that he took, that he doesn't really look at what's coming next. That's a great get by... Just out. Oh, no.
It has been called good. Mark Johnson, a fantastic get, Simon.
The old eye's still working, Tim, just about.
The errors now really slipping into the game of Cornish and Johnson. I wasn't anticipating this.
It feels like a definite momentum shift there was, but then that bad communication between the partnership there.
That will stop them in their tracks. And there's just a little discussion after Powell saying your forehand.
Which,
to
in
Blair.
fairness, it was. So Mark does like to talk a good game, but I'll give him that. That was Daryl's forehand to take.
Nice drop there. They're both Johnson and Cornish very cool, calm and collected on court, aren't they, Simon? It's difficult. They don't show much emotion. If they do get frustrated, it's quite difficult to actually tell if it's affecting their game.
Yeah, they're crafty old wizards, these guys. You wouldn't know what's going on in their head at all. They keep it very close to their chests, and they're not even then. That's a missed drop, but Mark doesn't show any emotion whatsoever.
No. It's whether he wins a point or loses one, it's all the same to him. And it was Bjorn Borg in tennis, wasn't it? He was known as the Iceman, never showing emotion. Almost an Iceman demeanor exuded by Mark Johnson as well.
I'd say Federer was a bit like Borg as well, wasn't he? He was quite unemotional. It's a great skill to have because you start to show weakness and your partners will pick up on that straight away. So showing no emotion gives nothing away to your opposition.
Yeah, and in pickleball as well, because a lot of players will be, this will be their first foray really into professional sport. Well, I say professional sport, competitive sport. Dealing with the emotions of competition is very different than dealing with playing rec play, and everybody does react differently.
Well, I think as well, the great thing about pickleball is a lot of people that have come into it that haven't played sport to any level or degree in a way. So that was a great exchange there. So actually, as Tim Conradi says, dealing with your emotions on court can be a tricky old business.
And this game has turned into a very close one indeed. 7-8-1. Oh, and Powell moving forward there. Just dumping that backhand into the net. He knows he should have done better with that. Gives the thumbs up, though, to the commentary booth. It hasn't affected him too much.
Oh, it's an easy point, Tim.
Yeah, and that is so frustrating for Cornish. And he has this habit sometimes when he makes a mistake to tap the net a couple of times afterwards, almost like touching wood. It's obviously a strange ritual that he does.
Is that a West Country thing, Tim? You'd know. He's from your way, isn't he? Darren Cornish, isn't he?
I don't know what it is. I've never seen it before. Almost like Nadal adjusting the bottles before each point and his shorts in exactly the same way.
I'm going to have to trademark that someone's doing a Cornish. Shout out to Mr. Nick Hobbis, who sadly is not here today due to work commitments. I did get a text in the middle of the night saying you owe me £200 for using his trademark word beginning with S and ending in E.
I try to avoid saying it today, Simon.
I can't afford any more payments.
I don't think any of us can. Oh, and Mark Powell just pops that ball into the net there. He always has a smile on his face, though, and played in good spirits, not too frustrated with himself. Inside, he'll be a bit frustrated, no doubt, but I think Cornish and Johnson will probably be feeling a little bit relieved to get through that game after taking an early lead and looking comfortable. Looking like their games were really working for them. Suddenly the errors started creeping in, letting Blair and Powell back into the game. And Blair and Powell stepping up accordingly. And they'll probably be feeling a little bit disappointed. And I'm very happy to say as well, we'll be straight on to the next match. Running ever so slightly behind here on some of the outer courts. And this one again promises to be a brilliant match. We've got Flynn Crossweight on the near side here, just warming up. And his partner, Ruby Sire. And they will be playing the very experienced partnership of Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo. Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo sailing through their group. And Flynn Crossweight and Ruby Sire, we've seen them a couple of times on the show court already. We've seen them win a couple of times very convincingly against really quite strong opposition. And they are the wild cards of this division. Their first tournament together. And displaying a real variety of shots, the power, the technique, and in particular, moving through the court and taking opportunities to get forward and punish mistakes. But they will be facing a team that will be absolutely exuding confidence in Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo. Scott Mayo, the showman of the court. We've seen him try as many Ernies as he possibly can. Those new to pickleball. An Ernie is when you see an opportunity to go around the kitchen and move up to the side of the net on a pop-up and put the shot away from the side lines. And Scott Mayo loves them. He also loves an ATP. We've seen him hit a few of those as well. But they are going to face some really stern competition. Because Flynn Crossweight and Ruby Sire, if they can put together a strong display here, I would say this is really a coin flip, Simon.
Well, yeah, it depends how they cope with the pressure of playing semi-final. Both teams will want to go through to the final. Both teams are capable of going through to the final. Just a question of how the nerves hold out. Are they fatigued from the previous games? How's their mental toughness? I think Scott and Maisie are they have fun when they play, but just take a little bit of pressure off it. They never beat themselves up or cut each other off. They just always out for the fun. They're probably, in terms of Crossweight and Sire, a bit more serious maybe. And that can add its own pressures. We'll try and find out who else is through and playing on semi-finals. I'm just going to... Yeah.
So I will ably take over the scoring as Simon finds out who has gone through to the other semi-final here. And we can hopefully provide updates of that as well. As we see Crossweight moving forward nicely there. Closing down the space. Just dumping a backhand into the net there. So a quick start from Crossweight and Sire. Takes them to 0-2-2. And that one just goes out. So that's first point on the board there for Wise and Mayo. 1-2-2. And a very strange shot there from Maisie. Looks down at her paddle. I'm afraid you can't blame the paddle on this one, Maisie.
So the other pairings to go through or currently playing semi-final are Lewis Oakey and Charlotte Presley, Rob Adams and Georgie Gurd.
So that's a good turnaround for Rob Adams and Georgie Gurt. As we just saw Sire just need to acknowledge an absolutely belting forehand she hit in the previous point down the line. It really was a cracker. And another forehand to back that up. So on the screen here, you may notice that Wise and Mayo are employing hand signals. And if it's an open hand, which Mayo does behind his paddle, it means that they're going to switch when they get to the net. If it's a closed fist, it means that they stay on the same sides that they start. So they'll do that on the return every single point. And Simon, why do they do that?
They're communicating about what they want to do. So whilst they're stacking, do they stay in their current position, as in Maisie's, in theory, on the wrong side, or are they going to swip across court? It's a great tactic to employ when you're unwinding the stack. And also the movement on court from someone running across can distract the opposition as well. Because obviously their eyes are naturally drawn to movement going across the court rather than concentrating on hitting the ball.
Oh, blimey, O'Reilly. And some amazing defensive play from a dominant Crossweight, taking all of the court. And I don't know how they managed to get 4 of those power shots back, but they did. And perhaps that is a sign of a bit of a comeback here. After falling 5-1 down, they've brought it back to 5-2.
Crossweight just showing probably a bit of an inexperience there. He hit 3 smashes straight down the middle rather than just trying to employ an angle on the smash. Just even a gentle drop would have won that point because they were so far back.
So they've reduced the deficit. It's a 2-point gap now. Oh, and Maisie Wise wheels away there in disappointment, just catching the top of the net with that forehand cross court. Oh yeah, really good put away there, Simon.
It's got to be loving that one. That might make the highlight reel possibly, Tim. What do you think?
We'll have to judge at the end. No doubt Scott will probably dominate the highlight reel if he had his way.
I thought he slipped you a tenner, mate, to do that, but maybe I'm wrong.
We've got slight discussion about whether that shot was in or out. We can't see it where we are. Barrier's blocking our view, so see at these events, it's up to the players to call their own lines, and generally it's called by the team where the ball has landed on their side. They get the opportunity to call the shot in or out. But sometimes when pickleball is played in a friendly spirit, they will ask the opponents whether they thought the ball was good as well.
That's exactly the case there, I think, because Scott's back was turned, so he couldn't see the ball. And I think he then blocked Maisie's view of the line, so they asked the opposing side and they confirmed it's in. Great sportsmanship to be seen.
Oh, and a misfire there from Maisie. That one hits the wall before the court. But you can see, Simon, the desire from Saya and Crossweight to move forward into the court and perhaps just slightly overplaying that shot that fell maybe just a bit too low. And another one there. Good power from Scott Mayo. And 4-7-1. Oh, the boy can fly. Like Superman, extending his arm there, anticipating where Fling Crossweight was going to try and put that overhead, and just brushing that ball back over the net, making it difficult and winning the point, reducing the deficit now to just 2 points. And another missed one, which takes things now to just 1 point. It's a 1 point game, Simon.
Yeah, and the way that Scott was flying around the court then, I think he's traded in the invisibility cloak for a Superman cape even.
He was indeed. And to be honest, I think he probably wouldn't look out of place with a Superman cloak on court. In fact, don't mention it to him because he probably will wear one.
I bet there's one in his wardrobe somewhere. I'm not sure if Superman would wear a skort, though. You, Tim?
No, probably. It was not the traditional outfit of Superman, but then again, we live in different times. 7-7, and not only is the forehand working from Scott Mayo, but they're getting luck as well, and Crossweight and Saya, after holding a 4-point advantage, sees that cut down, not just cut down, completely gone, and they're now chasing 2 points. So, second opportunity for Mayo and Wise. And the forehand of Maisie Wise, the elastic elbows.
She wanted that one, didn't she? Previous point, they both went for it, and she's like, that one is mine, Scott. I'm having it.
Yeah, and it is a joy to behold that shot hit with such intent. And this is now match point. And after a fantastic finish in the previous point, you'll want to forget about that one. Just, I think perhaps Scott slightly getting in her eye line, putting her off. So they have an opportunity, Crossweight and Saya, to get back in this game. And that will help. A pop-up. You can't do that against Crossweight. he will eat those up every single time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting now if we think one more point. You feel like the momentum will be shifting in. Oh, some missed drop. They'll rue that decision just as they get momentum going their way.
It's getting nervy. It's getting very nervy. A missed drop and then a missed drive from Saya gives the opportunity back to Mayo and Wise at match point. See if they can take this one. And they do, and Crossweight wheels away. He'll know he should have done better with that shot, leading the game in this semi-final. They'll look back and they'll think they had chances to win that. But Mayo and Wise, in really strong fashion, bringing that game back, coming from behind. The experience playing its part there as Maisie Wise almost hobbles off the court. Really fun watch though. Crossweight and Saya, they shouldn't be too down about that. This is their first tournament together. Losing in the semi-final and having the opportunity, of course, of getting that bronze medal. They'll want to refocus on that. And I think a bronze medal will be a really good result for them. No doubt they'll face strong opposition for that bronze medal, but not only that, they've put on some really good performances in the show court for us, demonstrating that they are ones to watch for the future. So Mayo and Wise, congratulations to them. Another medal guaranteed. Minimum silver. They'll be very happy about that. But they will have to refocus for this final. We move to best of 3 matches. So after that one, we will bring you more action after this break.
Began with a goal to develop a better tennis string, then a better racket, then a better ball. But it's transformed into a story beyond our wildest dreams. Out of our passion for racket sports grew a desire to innovate and redefine the game. Then came pickleball, a phenomenon that ignited our purpose. Shaping the industry became our mission, but it led to so much more. Diadem isn't just about redefining sports equipment, it's about empowering you, our players, to lead healthier lives, form friendships that transcend borders and backgrounds, and to get out and play. Pickleball enables us to do what we do best, innovate. But Diadem inspires much more because it's not about the brand, it's about the individuals who bring it to life. Our success isn't tallied in paddles and rackets sold, but in smiles brought to players' faces and the relentless pursuit of improvement. At Diadem, our purpose is simple. We live to unlock experiences. We live to compete not just against opponents, but against friends, families, rivals, and heroes alike. At Diadem, we live for one more game, one more shot, one more moment in this story we are writing together. Welcome to Diadem, where we live to play.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
And welcome back. And we are delighted now to bring you the final of this really competitive 4.5 mixed division. And it is Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise at the top of your screens. They'll be playing two players that we haven't seen on the show court today, Lewis Oakey and Charlotte Presley. They are incredibly strong competitors. Lewis Oakey regularly now. And just wide there, the ATP from Scott Mayo. But Lewis Oakey regularly getting to the latter stages of these 4.5 category events. Charlotte Presley, the young protege of a certain Molly Nags as well. Spends a lot of time training and playing with Molly Nags. For those that don't know, the English Open singles gold medalist, the first English winner of the gold medal. Is a singles medalist, Molly Nags, gold medalist. So, Lewis Oakey, Charlotte Presley. A great drop there from Scott Mayo.
Does feel this is experience versus youth, Tim. Experience partnership of Mayo and Wise. And although I say youth, obviously they're very young as well, but
the ancient Scott Mayo, he was saying yesterday how he looks younger than he actually is. He's actually 52. He looks really good for his age, though.
If Scott Mayo is 52, I'm 105.
I didn't know this, Simon. You look fantastic.
No, what I mean is that Lewis Oakey and Charlotte Presley are very young.
Yeah, still teenagers, I believe, both of them.
I thought so. Certainly Lewis is. And even
Yeah, Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo. The second half of their 20s, I believe, both of them.
I spoke to Maisie just before this game, and she is dosed up to the eyeballs with painkillers, bless her.
You'll probably find that most pickleball players, after 2 days' worth of full play, have got some form of drugs going through their veins. Painkillers, of course. Clean sport here in pickleball.
I'm glad you clarified that, Tim. The views there's no one smoking pot out the back.
And a fantastic point and a fantastic finish from Scott Mayo there. That will give him a lot of confidence. Although they played that point like they were on performance-enhancing drugs. Maybe some testing's in order, Simon.
It's going to come sooner or later, isn't it, into the sport? At the moment, there's no testing at all in the US, but there will be at some point, I would have thought.
So, early stages. We're a 2-1-2 and a very narrow lead. This final best of 3. And Scott Mayo goes for it again. You can see his eyes widen. His feet were moving, but he slightly off balance. And not the best attempt at an ATP. But no doubt he'll try another 3 or 4 in this contest. Simon.
A real showman, Scott Mayo, and he loves the show court. And he loves to entertain as well. So he's desperate to get that ATP on the show court and on the stream as well.
So some really close exchanges early doors. Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo opening up a 2-point lead, 3-1-1. Who would you say, Simon, has the edge in this one?
A tricky one, isn't it? I think he's going to swing momentumly. I think at the moment you feel that Maisie and Scott might just have the upper hand in, say, experience and partnership and also games played. That being said, I don't know how the other games have gone throughout the group, so it feels like Maisie and Scott have been pushed quite a lot. So I'm not sure if that's the case with Oki and Presley. We'll just see how that plays out.
Yeah, and a good point there. Some assured play, putting the pressure on Charlotte Presley. And a ripping forehand from Charlotte Presley there, showing what she can do. Putting that missed forehand behind her and ripping one cross court, finding that angle. Maisie's down. Oh, and Scott's down. And a brilliant point there from both teams. Maisie Wise finding some reserves to adjust after that net cord, collapsing on the ground. Scott Mayo just unable to continue the rally. So a missed serve though. Charlotte Presley gives them another opportunity. And a net cord, a tag, the chest of Scott Mayo brings them their second point.
Just feel like Oki and Presley are just trying to overplay it a little bit. I think they probably feel the pressure a little bit more being in the final on the show court in front of cameras. Probably a new experience for them, whereas Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo are used to this. They played on the show court in some of their round robin matches, and also they played yesterday as well. So I think that might play into their favour possibly.
Yeah, we've got a lot of pickleball to play in this game still, Simon. This is going to get tiring. And Scott Mayo, I don't really know whether that was the right opportunity to play the tweener. And it sailed almost to Spain. Yeah, Lewis Oakey, when he gets ahead in the rally, such a compact swing, generating effortless power, really hard to defend. And he does. Did I see that correctly, Simon? A bit of a no-look there, a bit of a fake out from Lewis Oakey. He's feeling confident, bringing the scores back level. Although a missed serve.
Joy of youth that Lewis Oakey played all day. Well, he came in early yesterday morning to help set up. Played all day, then drove to Southampton to play some rec or some training games with some of the top players down there. And then was back here again for 8:30 this morning to help prepare the venue for the second day's competition. So if I could only do a tenth of that, I'd be happy. Oh, great put away.
Brilliant point there. Maisie Wise with the put away. Some really good gets, though, from Charlotte Presley and Lewis Oakey. But Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo coming out on top. And we're getting some really long points now. Both of these teams have warmed up into this encounter. Oh, and a brilliant point of the match so far. Probably one of the points of the day so far. 30 odd shots, I would say, in that one. Potentially more. Some patient play from both teams, but some brilliant resets as well. And in the end, Charlotte Presley probably just slightly overplaying that backhand. But there's got to be a bit of tiredness creeping in when you've been playing a point as long as that, Simon.
Yeah, that's mental fatigue, isn't it? She's got the shot in her locker. It's just when the ball keeps coming back and keeps coming back, you're like, what else can I do? And you feel a bit of pressure. And again, Scott's targeting that double-handed forehand. Yeah, netted again.
Scott Mayo there just showing the skill that he's developed with that backhand slice dink. Getting a nice bit of action, some backspin on that, and making it difficult for Charlotte Presley. Get that one back. And finding some success, Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo, on the backhand side of Charlotte Presley in these last couple of points. Opening up a 3-point lead.
I feel like the momentum swung in their favour. Oh, as soon as they say it, they serve long. How many times? Just get the ball in. You don't have to win it on a serve. Complete stop of momentum.
Yeah, good play there from Charlotte Presley. Scott Mayo was dominating the court. He was looking to play with power, and they were able to redirect that power right back at him. Just A bit of a snatch at that forehand. Lewis Oki looking to win it.
Felt a bit of frustration keeping in there. Tim doing things, just trying to win a point on a quick forehand.
Yeah,
They'll
but
be
again,
frustrated with that and a 0 score on a side out.
yeah, and that backhand from Presley just breaking down again. But finding good depth with that overhead, Lewis Oki. That was a really difficult one to defend. And sometimes getting it deep with that overhead, having to make them hit a half volley with power is a successful play. So they get a no scoring side out. Another couple of opportunities to add to their score. Yeah, really good play. Port dominance from Lewis Oki, seeing the opportunity. Just that slight pop-up, moving forward nimbly to that kitchen line and really powering it down at Scott Mayo. Scott Mayo doing well to retrieve the first one, but no chance with the second.
He's a nice player to watch, Lewis Oki. His movement is great and his balance is fantastic. You never see him off balance at all when he's hitting the ball.
And Charlotte Presley just found herself a bit tied up there. A good shot from Maisie Wise, switching it up from backhand to down the line, and Presley just unable to react quick enough, and she misses a forehand as well on that next point. The sweat from these guys. They're wiping their hands on pretty much anything they can get a hold of. Might have to disinfect the barriers before we take them apart later this evening.
This venue is very warm, I tell you. So we're just sat here and we are very warm, just sat doing nothing, moving around the court like these guys do. I'm not surprised they are sweating.
Yeah, warm conditions here.
Oh, unlucky Lewis Oki.
Just enough power on that one, Simon, from Scott Mayo. Yeah, really nice angle there found by Maisie Wise. And that brings up the first game point.
Maisie taking a deep breath there. Really important when you're playing these game points to make sure you're set and ready to go. Fortunately, it hasn't gone their way. So that's one match point saved by Oki and Presley.
Just a bit unfortunate there. And we're at 6-10-1. So this first game, Simon, not over just yet.
No, and as we said before, the pressure is slightly on Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo now because they had match point. Oki and Presley haven't really got much to lose now. Keep chipping away point by point, and suddenly they've got the momentum swing, and the pressure builds on Mayo and Wise.
And would you believe it? A confused look there from Maisie Wise, whether that got a dodgy bounce. 8-10-1, the deficit reduced again. And this really is anyone's game. And a missed return from Scott Mayo.
That was
Hold on to your seats, folks. Just didn't creep over from Lewis Oakey. A second opportunity, though. And I think both teams, Simon, will be feeling a little bit nervous. Wanting to get this first game. A brilliant change of direction, though, from Scott Mayo. Managing to keep his wits about him, redirecting that overhead. Lewis Oakey got there, but just unable to get it over. So we are another first game point for the first game. But Maisie Wise just leaving that ball a little bit high. Charlotte Presley popping it away.
Third match point. Let's see if they can convert this one. Sorry, game. Sorry, guys. I mean game point, not match point.
Oh, Maisie Wise. What a shot. That is one for the highlight reel. I can guarantee you she is looking incredibly pumped. I don't know if I've seen Maisie as pumped after hitting that stunning forehand. She's rubbing her thigh. I think that took it out of her going for that forehand. But when it gets you the first game, as it did for her, I don't think she'll be too disappointed. She can take that momentum forward into that second game. And that one got incredibly tight towards the end, Simon.
Oh, that was tense. That's tense watching it, so I wouldn't want to play in that. Maisie's problem is the back, apparently. She's got a slight nerve something in her back that then affects her knee. So I really want the drugs that she's taking, because she's made a miraculous recovery from yesterday where she could barely walk. To be able to cover the court like that and make the ball in, carrying an injury, is pretty impressive. This is hotting up to be some special final, Tim.
So both teams, Simon, just taking a quick timeout. Both absolutely sweating buckets in this heat. Scott Mayo just saying he will be getting some electrolytes back in his body. No doubt Maisie will as well. After that stunning get from her.
Do you think different could Oakey and Presley play then, Tim? What, can they employ a different strategy, do you think, or carry on as they are? They weren't far off that game, were they?
Yeah. It was an incredibly close one, Simon. And it felt like they'd found the right strategy. Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise. And I do wonder, though, as well, a lot of effort has been put into winning that first game. If Oakey and Presley can get a quick start in this second one, whether they can get some momentum behind them, but Oakey will want that forehand back, a missed forehand. He made the right move, but didn't execute. And that's a missed backhand, which gives another easy point to Mayo and Wise. Wise just taking a deep breath before the serve. Just a missed dink there from Mayo.
Yeah, nervous early exchanges, I think, Tim. That winning that first game must have been a massive adrenaline rush, and then to have a small break and to come back on, I'm still feeling that's a great put away by Lewis Oakey. Feeling the effects of that first game, about taking a deep breath and thinking about the next game as a separate game almost.
Yeah, that's the great thing about these best of 3 matches. Lose the first one, if you can reset, you have every chance of coming back. And a yell from Scott Mayo. I was there, man. He was there, but it was a tough shot. Lewis Oakey was a bit relentless on that forehand side. Oh, and speaking of relentless, Simon, a smash from Mayo and a smash from Wise.
Oh, missed serve. At this level, you can't afford to do that, Tim.
No, and we've seen a few missed serves, and 2 or 3, I think, from Charlotte Presley, perhaps showing just a tiny bit of inexperience. Young players here, incredibly skillful. And that's unfortunate, to say the least. When you've got tired legs, you get a net cord like that. Mayo just, Wise just sits down after it. I'd like to see Oakey and Presley just really tighten up. Some of those early misses are costing them. Really want to see them force Mayo and Wise into some really really long rallies.
You feel that they are trying to win the game too quickly now, Oakey and Presley. Pressure's on them to win the second game. But they've got to just keep putting the ball back into play rather than trying to win. That's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and that's a good dominance at the net, keeping Wise and Mayo back, and just a little hobble there from Maisie Wise as she returns to the net. I do wonder, after the theatrics of yesterday, Simon, and the cramping that we saw from Tracy Matthews in that final, whether that's going to be a factor today as well. Have to keep a close eye. Maisie Wise will have to make sure that she's continuing to get some electrolytes in her. But another early miss there from Lewis Oakey. And the frustration, I feel, is really radiating from those two. Mayo and Wise take a 3-1 lead.
I think they're trying to look for a winner, and they didn't need to look back. Just get to keep the ball back in play, and hopefully that happens where you make a mistake. Now, unfortunately, that will be in the highlight reel, Tim, won't it? We'll play some sad music.
Oh, I can't wait to cut that one up. That's going to be a beauty.
And I'm sure
I can see it now. It's all planned out in my head. Sorry, Scott.
It could be the hound dog, couldn't it? Praying a Presley, making a terrible mistake in the cut in with a hound dog, maybe?
The possibilities are endless. And that one just being called out by Wise. And you just feel that they're not getting much luck, Lewis Oakey and Charlotte Presley. Some of these balls that perhaps in other games would be clipping the line are just going out. And that barrier is taking a real beating. it will be sopping wet by the time it comes to deconstruct it.
Interesting, isn't it? I would have a towel on court, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Do you think they'd have them on the barriers to wipe yourself off with? Noticed yesterday that Foster and Matthews were constantly wiping themselves down. They had the towels or whatever on court with them.
I think it's a smart idea in this heat. I think sometimes it's just difficult to remember everything that you've got to bring. But it's every point now they're going to remove the sweat from their hands. I know one of our players from Exeter, Martin Ruth, plays with a golfing glove to avoid the sweat and the impact that has on the paddle. But then again, he is a professional golfer, so...
I must have played squash with a guy who wore a glove. It was the weirdest thing. It's like, what are you wearing a glove for? I've got sweaty hands. Okay. Yeah, odd.
Yeah, Maisie Wise just mistiming that shot. And I do wonder if that was a little bit of fatigue coming into play, not moving 100% that we would normally see from Maisie Wise.
I think that's what Oakey and Presley have got to do. Just keep the ball in play, force another return from either Mayo or Wise.
Yes, and that is a really good finish. And I do wonder if they can use that, Simon, as a platform to reduce this deficit further. 3-5 now. Pressure.
Feels like
the pressure is showing. Both teams really dialed in, wanting this. Oh, and that one probably would sail over if the rafters weren't in the way, but it did catch the rafters. And I have to say, Simon, Maisie Wise there, after missing a shot, normally you get a smile from Maisie if she catches your eye. She was looking focused.
She was looking scary, Tim.
Terrifying.
Yeah. I would not want to cross Maisie Wise with a look like that.
And it shows what this final means to both teams here.
I'm tempted to go and get a towel for them, Tim.
I think you probably need about 15 towels. Go back to the hotel. So a really strong comeback from Oakey and Presley in this second game. They've tightened things up and they're hitting now. Forehands that were going out before are now sailing in. And they've opened up a 2-point lead in this second game. And a missed return from Maisie Wise, and she stumbles over her own feet. And you can see here the fatigue. And this is what we didn't want to happen, Simon, as we had yesterday, with fatigue playing a real role in that final.
That'll be a real shame for Maisie to have to stop. She's definitely not 100%. Maybe the drugs are starting to wear off. Maybe the movement around the court is causing it to aggravate the injury. She's got a smile back at least. That's nice to see, Tim.
That's something. And that one just going wide from Mayo. Oh, and they will both, I mean, all partners here, all players on court, Simon, will be so exhausted now. It's so difficult to keep your focus and play at high intensity. I've no doubt that Wise and Mayo will be desperate to win this match in 2 rather than have it go to a 3rd. Presley and Oki, the younger partners, looking fresher. Brilliant point there, Simon. The pressure from Charlotte Presley and Lewis Oki there. That backhand from Charlotte Presley, double-handed, really. It looks completely different from the start of this match. She's absolutely nailing the angles now.
Absolutely, and that was a fantastic point. And I'm with you, Tim. I think Mayo and Wise will want to win this in 2. I think a third game, I would fancy Oki and Presley to come through that. I think you're right. They are slightly fresher. They're not carrying any injuries. Having said that, they now go through a non-scoring side out, which they'll be disappointed in.
Yeah, and that hobble from Maisie Wise is getting more prominent, and it's a worrying sign for her.
I think we had this commentary a couple of weeks ago. It's in Basingstoke with James Lofthouse, and that although you feel guilty for it, you've got to go for the weaker player, the one that's struggling.
James Lofthouse, of course, we saw yesterday administering medical support to Tracy Matthews when she was cramping. He's a multi-talented guy. And Scott Mayo is pumped. He's trying to raise the spirits of his partner. And like the final yesterday, Simon, this is feeling like it's turning into a boxing match. Both teams taking lumps out of each other.
Yeah, and Charlotte targeting Maisie. Oh, you see, that is painful to watch, bless her. But she's the weaker player at the moment, and she is going to be targeted, and that, unfortunately, is the name of the game.
It is 8-8-2. It's so close. In 8-2, and that ball needing a passport, but Charlotte Presley hitting it anyway, and that's an easy point to give away.
She knows that as well. I can see the horror in her face when she realised what she'd done.
And here we have a match point with Maisie Wise almost unable to move to the back of the court. We're at 10-8-2. 1 point, Simon, to take it.
Scott trying to play singles almost, bless him, trying to cover as much court as possible to stop Maisie moving. It's great defence. Oh,
and there it is. Maisie Wise falls to the floor in both celebration and absolute exhaustion. Scott Mayo, I think if that had gone to a third game, he'd have had to have stretchered her off. stretched her around the court as well. And they're making snow angels, rather sweat angels, on this show court. We'll give them a mop afterwards. But a really, really impressive display, overcoming adversity. And you can see tears there on Maisie Wise's face. The absolute effort that she went through in that second game in particular, that is one for the ages. That is one for the PickleB archives. Many congratulations to Scott Mayer and Maisie Wise. Oki and Presley, a really good performance from them. They'll be disappointed, no doubt. They probably saw the distress that Maisie Wise was under and wasn't quite sure how to deal with that. But a really good performance from them regardless, providing real entertainment here in this 4.5 mixed final. That is our final game for the 4.5 division, of course. We're moving on, but a quick shout out to Charlotte Presley and Lewis Oki for making that one really, really enjoyable. They'll be back. They'll be back, no doubt, searching for medals in the future. We'll see them again. But we now draw our attention to our 50 plus 4.0 men's division, and a couple of familiar faces that we saw on show court earlier. Blair and Powell now warming up on the left hand side of your screen. But we've got Archer and Kemp on the right hand side. And this will be an interesting encounter. Their first match on the show court, Archer and Kemp. And it always is a little bit daunting, Simon.
Absolutely. Be interesting to see how this pairing gets on. I haven't seen Archer and Kemp play before, so I'm not sure if they're regular 4-0s or whether they've come up as well. I'll try and have a look at their dupes if we get 5 minutes. Do we know any of the results of the other games yet, Tim? We've not seen anything through, no. We'll try and update you on that if we can get some scores. Tim's going to go and have a look now if he can. So they seem in good spirits, all four players. Interesting to see how they do cope with the conditions. Let's say being on show court, cameras, commentary. And just being told to shout the score so I don't get it wrong. It's quite tricky, and what is quite a noisy arena, the Delta Tennis Centre. I've got Tim Spurway sat next to me and I can barely hear what he's saying sometimes, so trying to hear the score when they mumble it is very tricky. So here we go then. Blair and Powell to serve. Missed third return. Mr. Hobbs would say, serve, return, third. First off, tries a lob, goes long. Tricky arena to do a lob in, actually, because you can't see on your screens. The rafters are quite low. The nervous exchanges at the early start, still 0-0. Could be that both sets of players are feeling the nerves. That's a great forehand top spin lobby dink. I don't know what you call that shot there, but it dropped in anyway. Great deep return, forcing a mistake in the third. So, third non-scoring side out. He feels like all the players are struggling with some nerves at the moment. This could be a long game, ladies and gentlemen. So still on 0-0. And finally, we move off of 0. We have a point on the board to Blair and Powell.
Happy to bring you some results from some of the other categories that we've had playing today. And we have Michaela Vitkova and Chris Beaumont taking the gold in the 4.0 plus division. Their first gold as a pair. They got bronze in Basingstoke a couple of weeks ago. And the 4.5 division, Simon, the bronze medal goes to the wild cards of the division, Lynn Crosswaite and Ruby Sire. So their first tournament, and they medal in 4.5, beating Rob Adams and Georgie Gert. So really, really good showing for them.
Yeah, that's the pairing to watch going forwards. I think they're going to just get better and better. So it's a great result for the first tournament. And a slight panic then when they called 0-1, but actually it is 0-3. That's just been confirmed at the net.
Mistiming that overhead there. Generating the opportunity nicely. Unable to execute. So Archer and Kemp, here's Simon, taking a nice early lead. Apologies, it's not Archer and Kemp who have taken an early lead, it is Blair and Powell who have taken an early lead. Apologies, chaps. And we are at and we will just confirm the score shortly. believe it's 1-4-2. No, 4-0-1. So we've got Blair and Powell taking a nice early lead. Their experience on the show court perhaps coming into play.
Apologies for the score there, ladies and gentlemen. Getting a bit hot in here, Tim. I'm overheating.
I would say the computers are overheating, Simon.
No.
It's nothing to do with you.
The computer definitely didn't say no.
Strong start. Continuing here. Blair and Powell. And that is an early 6-0 lead. And Kemp there, forgetting that they were 6-0 down. I'd want to forget as well. Just a few of those errors creeping into their game. But that will give them a bit of confidence. Kemp just putting that forehand away nicely. Winning the serve back.
You feel that you've got to score on this side out for them. They've had 3 or 4 now non-scoring side outs and just haven't been able to convert any points off their serves.
Yeah, and Powell absolutely loved that shot. Speed up, but reacted to. And I think probably, Simon, Kemp thought his forehand was going to be good enough. But it came back with interest. And in this game of pickleball, you have to be ready for that next shot.
Yeah.
A single speed up isn't good enough.
Mark loves a volley at the net. He's got a ball machine at home, which he practices with constantly. So if you fire a volley at him, he's going to return it with favour all day long. Side out again. Let's hope they can put some points on the board. They really need to get that scoreboard ticking now. There we go. They're off the mark. That's a great serve by Gary Kemp there. An ace, did you know?
You often see aces in pickleball.
Long court. The serve is replayed, even though it went long. Mounting a bit of a comeback here at 3 points in a row, 3-6-2. I feel maybe there's been a slight change in fortune. Up, and as soon as I say that, slide out. We've had a comment on the chat about nice to hear where people are from. And you probably see that Mark Powell and Daryl Blair are wearing Fleet Aces t-shirt. Regular members there, Fleet Pickleball Club. with, I think, something in the region of 200 members. A massive waiting list there. And we'll try and find out where Stephen Archer and Gary Kemp are from. I think Gary Kemp is Sussex way. I'm not so sure about Stephen Archer.
I've seen Gary Kemp quite a few times at these tournaments, Simon, for quite a while. Very, very friendly chap.
Yep. I just feel that I've seen him in Hailsham and whatever else. So I think it's like a local for him. So I'm pretty sure Steve knows him, possibly from Pickleball in that area. But we'll try and find out when we can.
And a cracking point there, lighting up this group game. Archer finding some stunning angles there, working Powell. Powell really able, though, to defend nicely.
It's a swing and a miss.
Swing, bada, bada, bada. We do miss you, Nick Hobbis, as well, of course. This work commitments this weekend, but no doubt we'll be back in the booth for the next one. And Mark Powell makes up for that miss with a lovely steered forehand down the line.
Kemp and Archer seem to have grown a bit in confidence in this match. Bringing some points back. Starting to score some more points on their serve. And again, as I say that, the side out to the other side. Missed return there. They can afford to do that at this stage. Really want to get your return and serves back in and put the pressure on the opponents. 9-5-1.
Yeah, good power there from Mark Powell. Not sure whether that ball was going in or out, but we'll never know.
Those are hard ones to judge when they're coming at you at speed. Your instinct is always to try and hit it back.
So this is now a game point. Oh, and Archer absolutely fired his arrow down the line, found the sideline there. Really beautiful direction on that overhead.
Two match points they just couldn't quite convert. So interesting to see if now if Archer and Kemp can he get a bit of a roll going, get the scoreboard ticking again. Fortunately, not like that.
Just the power of Archer there. A little bit too much for Blair to handle. Oh, when they both wheel away in disappointment, I feel like they felt if they got that point, they could get right back into this game. But now we've got a couple of opportunities for Blair and Powell to take this group game.
Well, that was just on the baseline. That's a great return of serve, right on the baseline.
I was certain that was going out, Simon. And I think Powell was as well. He had given up on it. And suddenly he had to play the shot as it clipped the line. But they do get it on the second time of asking. Down the line forehand there from Blair. So overall, an assured performance from Blair and Powell. I believe we're mid group games in this 50 plus 4.0 men's division. We'll try and update you on scores as they become available. So, I believe we are mixing it up again with ladies 3.5 action here in Basingstoke. So some new faces to go through. So we will be back shortly after these ads to take you through some ladies 3.5 group action.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Welcome back to Swindon, folks. Delighted to bring you action now from the ladies 3.5 gendered division. And some new faces to introduce to you. So we have what looks to be a bit of a battle of Bristol here. So we've got Joe Fours and Sharon Unwin. We'll be playing Cheryl Ford and Alison Warren. So, Sharon Unwin and Joe Fours from Bristol Pickleball Club. At the bottom of your screens. And both very experienced players. Sharon Unwin, absolutely instrumental in the development of Bristol Pickleball Club with her husband Andrew Unwin. Andrew Unwin, probably a familiar face for many pickleball enthusiasts, often seen around these events, competing at a very high level himself.
This is actually the Battle of Bristol, Tim. Just been told by Sharon Unwin they're all from Bristol.
I thought so, yeah. So,
competition.
Bristol churning out the players here, and I'm sure they'll be churning out some action for us, Simon. They'll all be probably a little bit nervous behind the cameras here. It can be a bit daunting, so it'll be interesting to see how they cope, whether they can put on their best performance.
I asked them if they could shout the score out for me, and they looked like I was someone from Mars. So I asked for that. Bless them.
We do like the score being shouted nice and loudly. It does help us with scoring.
And they obviously didn't listen to anything I said because I can barely hear them. I just have to lip read them.
We're good at lip reading after all of these events. So, Ford and Warren taking an early 2-0 lead in this match, but it's first point on the board. Takes us to 1-2-2 for Fours and Unwin. And a great point, a great finish from Joe Fours there. So displaying some fancy footwork as well to come across and cover Sharon when the lob went over.
It's great communication there. That Joe Fours said me, 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 me. Sharon moved across court and eventually win the point.
And that one just catches the line. Joe Fours isn't that quick that she's able to cover Sharon on that occasion. Good lob there. Hitting her thumb there, Sharon Unwin. Sharon Unwin, very, very active at Bristol Pickleball Club. I've been told she does the majority of the work there, regularly holding festivals and events. Really instrumental in the growth of the sport in that region, and we thank her for it as well. I think we're at 3-3-1 here. And just a good speed up there from Joe Fors. Able to retrieve that.
Sharon being supported by Andrew Enwin on the sidelines. I don't know if you can hear him on comms.
Yeah, a lot of support. As I was saying earlier, Simon, the Bristol contingent out in force. We've got familiar faces of Helen Waters and Michael Liddington watching on as well. They finished 5th overall in the 4.5 mixed division. They really turned their game around after a disappointing showing mid-groups and winning all of their last 4 matches. So I think they'll be going away fairly happy. We'll see if Bristol can get a medal in the ladies 3.5 division. Early stages in this series of group matches, Simon. I believe this is the first game. Or possibly the second.
I'm going to have to go and look at the sheets, actually.
So they'll not only be adjusting to the conditions of show court, but also adjusting to the general conditions of the court itself and trying to get some James Perez as well watching this match. Hard for the spectators when you've got 2 teams playing from the same club, the same area. Sure who to support. James Perez, a regular player at Bristol Pickleball Club as well. Often seen at the PickleB events. Sponsors, of course. Franklin, the main sponsor. The shoe sponsor, Skechers. And Joe Fors with that nice backhand put away. Takes a 6-4 lead into the second part of this match.
Oh, was that going out, Tim?
We've had a couple that are probably going out.
Oh.
And that one definitely has gone out.
The risky strategy, put those lobs up. That literally just missed her afters.
And that's a good finish there again from Joe Fors. That backhand working quite nicely. We've seen A nice few putaways from her. Probably been the key difference in this match so far.
Commentator's nightmare. And then she puts a serve out long.
Opportunity.
Sometimes you wonder if we shouldn't just say anything to him.
Sharon Unwin just raising her paddle to the sky and guiding that one down to the feet. Successful shot, which gives them a 5-point advantage now. So looking fairly assured. And Sharon Unwin, a really cracking forehand. Probably didn't need to be hit. But when you've got a forehand like that, why not? If you can win the point. And that brings up the first game point. Not this time. Good finish there. And Ford and Warren. It's now or never for them.
Definitely need to start scoring some points on their serves. Phil, as you say, Tim, this is now or never. And get a bit of momentum going their way if they can. Fortunately, that hasn't quite gone their way.
And that's probably the third or fourth backhand winner from Jo Fors, rather. And she's really finding a good rhythm with that backhand. A good rhythm with the forehand as well, Simon.
Absolutely, and we've said before about one of the best shots from Pickleball is the lead. I think at this level you can see that they don't want to leave the ball. There must have been 2 or 3 shots then that were going out by a long way, and yet they still chose to hit them. Third match point.
And there you go. The reverse forehand from Sharon Unwin. Down the centre line. Gets them the group win. But all smiles here. In this group match. I think they'll be pleased, the Bristol lot, to get that one out of the way with. They can move on now. But a good win from Jo Fors and Sharon Unwin. Looking fairly assured. Jo Fors' backhand looking really nice. So, plenty more opportunities for these two partners to ply their trade later on today. Early stages in the group matches. So, after this very short break, we will be getting on with more action. This time again from the 50 plus 4.0 division, where we will see Andy Orge-Durancourt and Martin Smith versus the familiar faces of Daryl Blair and Mark Powell. So join us then.
Let's see how it goes.
Oh! Big cojones. Do that.
Oh, goes high up. Takes the time.
Wow,
Placement.
now that was...
And volley from James Lofthouse.
Head.
What a reset by Mr. James Lofthouse. Wow.
Catching Tracy Matthews out.
Oh.
Good change of tactics there. Now it starts from the edge. There we go.
Yeah, you'd have to say that probably in terms of serve, they're both playing really well at the minute. Equal level. Wow, you're treated to points like that.
Wow.
Wow.
What nice speed up there
Wow.
from Manning.
What deep?
Vandell comes over, takes the third. Yamauka. Oh, it's a good
Dink. And they find themselves battling again an early deficit.
Oh, helpless. And you've caught me at a time where I am. Wow. Look at that.
From Mayo and Hares. And Rob Adams there.
Nice little drop shot there. Patel gets.
Wow. Took it out of the air and. Oh, look at that. Little switch up
Very
from
good at
Adams.
taking it out of there. Goes for the 8 in this strange game we call Pickle. Tell you what, Saunders.
Nice.
Wow.
Final, so we could have a lot of pickleball still to play. At 10-8-1 here.
Great reset. Great.
Find some.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Franklin Pickleball event here in sunny, hot, humid Swindon. We now go switch back to 50-plus men's 4.0 round robin match between the familiar faces of Mark Powell and Daryl Blair, facing up against Martin Smith and Andy Orge de Radencourt. I think I've got that about right, but we'll call him Orge from now on because it's a bit of a mouthful. Both teams are from Fleet Aces, so good to see their club represented in this men's 4.0 division. Obviously, Blair and Powell are now used to this show court, the pressures it brings with it, with the cameras, commentary, and live stream. Whereas this is the first game for Martin Smith and Andy Orge. See how they cope with the nerves and the pressure. Interesting that Blair and Powell have moved up from 3.5 to 4.0, whereas Smith and Orge have been playing 4.0 for quite some time now in this category. Orge and Smith. Some of you may recognise Andy Orge from his podcast, What a Pickle. Great watch. If you haven't seen any of the broadcasts yet, maybe it's done one for a while. The last one was Rico from Pickleball England and chairman of the European Pickleball Federation. Haven't finished watching that one myself, actually. I only got halfway through that one. Powell and Blair are off the mark. You might also recognise Martin Smith, who is involved heavily with Pickleball England, was chairman of Fleet Aces, but stepped down to then take on the national director's role with working alongside Karen Mitchell.
So, Daryl Blair and Mark Powell have won 2 of their 3 games so far. So they are currently leading this group. 5 teams in the group. So this is their final game. You would feel if they can get a win here, they probably will qualify. Martin Smith and Audi Orgerancourt getting 1 win and 1 loss, the loss being to 10. So there is a lot riding on this game, Simon. The stakes are high.
I just did say while you were getting those scores, Tim, that Blair and Powell are used to this show court now, used to the commentary and the live stream, whereas the first match for Orge and Smith does feel they have got a little bit of nerves about them, those missed thirds. They need to play themselves in a bit more. And I give Martin Smith some confidence. That's a good leave as well.
Yeah, that kind of point is going to give them confidence because Mark Powell was really dialed in that point, and you could tell. Hit some really nice shots, so to come out on top in that rally. But yeah, we can see he really is dialed in, Simon. Taking that forehand almost on the half volley, but just creeping over the net, getting it down at the feet of his opponent. And hitting drops as well as drives.
And he's a fierce competitor, Mark, and he wants to win. There's no 2 ways about it. And we talk about the niceness of Pickleball, but when he's in this frame of mind, he's only got 1 goal in mind, and that is to win the match at whatever it takes. He really is throwing out some great shots. Goes with a lob.
Yeah, he is really zoned in at the moment. He's feeling good. And he's brought up a 3-point gap between him and Andy Orgerancourt and Martin Smith. Oh, and that is a really cracking rally. Some fantastic defensive display on show for us there from these 2 players from the Fleet Aces. That certainly was an ace rally.
There's no joker in this pack, is there, Tim?
Huh?
There's no joker in this pack, is there, Tim?
You see, that was so much better than my lame ace rally comment.
We missed so many puns with the Oakey-Presley partnership. Just couldn't think of anything at the time. That's for another day, or for Mr. Hoffer's commentary, I think.
Yeah, let's get Scott Mayo back here. He's got all the puns.
Where is he?
He's enjoying his gold medal.
Oh,
That's almost a shame there. Mark Powell, though, it feels like the opponents are probably slightly, given Mark Powell's run of incredible form, trying to avoid him at the minute. And that is his first miss in a while. Gives the opportunity for Andy Org.
Andy would like that one back, Sim, wouldn't he? Pretty simple volley from there, but easier said than done.
Yes, indeed.
Powell and Blair will be very happy with a 6-2 lead. The change of ends. Certainly have grown into this division. Spoke to Mark earlier and he was a bit nervous about stepping up at division and also being on the show court, but they've put in a pretty solid display on the matches we've commented on so far. And I think, as Tim said, they may well go through the top of their group, Tim?
It depends on the other results. They do have the formidable partnership of Mark Johnson and Darren Cornish.
Ah, of course, yes.
In that group.
Yes.
So you would have to fancy them potentially going top. They've got 2 wins out of 2. But it depends. If they win their last 2, they will go top, Darren Cornish and Mark Johnson. And they would probably be the tip of the tournament for this category. But Blair and Powell looking good, looking strong. Now just stopping the play. I'm not sure what it was that was
Claire
problem
Burgoyne,
there.
Claire Burgoyne was in his field of vision, I think.
Oh, okay.
I must say his eyes are better than mine, so I can barely see past the Franklin sign.
Sure, that's exactly what Franklin wants, Simon.
It was a nod to the Franklin sponsorship of our PickleB events. Thank you very much to the team at Franklin for their support and the marvellous quality ball.
And a cracking rally there. That will give Andy Org and Martin Smith some confidence. It's not too late. They are strong, experienced competitors. And a rare error from the paddle of Mark Powell. He's been so hot with those reactions.
Oh, that's a cheap point. Where are you, Mr. Hobbis? Serve, return, third. Let's get the ball in.
Yeah, and that's just going to upset any rhythm that they got from that previous point. And just wide as well. It was a nice move, athletic move, but just steered wide. And so another opportunity for Blair and Powell now to consolidate this lead and take this group match.
It's a great get by Mark Powell there.
Yeah, really, really good. And he'll have enjoyed that one on the show court. Laughing as he wheels away.
He'll be watching the stream back, I think, to watch that shot.
And so we have a game point, Simon.
Great defense. And they turn to attack.
And the point of the match so far. Cracking play from all 4 players there. Really dialed in. Defense to attack. Back to defense. And they hold off the Powell and Blair juggernaut for this point and the next point. So
I feel like they've got to score a few more than 1 points on this side out, Tim. They really want to get a bit of a roll on.
Yeah, they haven't been successful on their serve. Quite a few non-scoring side outs. And that just has to change. They've been really effective, Blair and Powell. I've been impressed with how much pressure they're putting the pairing of Andy Org and Martin Smith under.
And that's
really winning those serves back so quickly.
Yeah, and that last point is a good indication of smart play. It wasn't power, just slightly ball put behind Martin Smith. And then he tries to get it back behind himself and puts it into net. They do score a point on this.
So that's the 4th point. First point in a little while. And a missed 3rd. Unfortunate. Another opportunity now for Blair and Powell to put this game to bed.
Story of the match really is the missed shots from Smith and Orge.
And there you have it, folks. An assured win from Mark Powell and Darryl Blair. They will be hoping that that is enough for them to go through this group stage. 3 wins out of 4. Very good performance from them. And Orge and Smith will be ruining probably a few of the missed opportunities. Losing that game 11-4. So, moving on now. We're moving on to action, I believe, from the 50-plus Women's 4.0 division, where we have Tara Jones and Claire Bourgoin versus Sue Smith and Rachel O'Hara. And you can see them warming up now. So we have Tara Jones and Claire Bourgoin warming up on the right-hand side of your screen. And Sue Smith and Rachel O'Hara warming up on the left-hand side. Almost all wearing black. Apart from a little bit of pink showing, and those pink Skechers shoes out on display again. Good to see. Skechers, of course, footwear supplier and sponsor of this event.
Sue Smith is the wife of Martin Smith, who's just been on court. She's heavily involved with Fleet Aces as well. I believe Claire Bourgoin is from Fleet Aces, and I suspect some of the other players are as well. As I mentioned earlier, it's a very strong club with a massive membership base and also a waiting list. They could find more venues, they'd have more members. something that I think everyone in the pickleball community is longing for, is a dedicated facility in and around where they play their pickleball. Sure that will happen with Andre Strachan in Sally Grace, hoping to open a place in Farnham called The Hop, I believe. I think I mentioned a couple of weeks ago that I bumped into Andre at DL Woking by some bizarre chance, and he said how busy he is with the work of that.
So we're midway through the group matches in this 50-plus ladies gendered division. And I can tell you that Claire Bourgoin and Tara Jones have got 1 win and 1 loss, losing a game to 6. There's Rachel O'Hara and Sue Smith. Found it tough going so far. 2 played, 2 lost. So they'll be looking to come back with a vengeance in this game on the show court. But a very close division. 6 teams overall. Although I believe 1 has withdrawn, so they'll each be playing 4 matches in the group stage.
First blood to O'Hara and Smith. Interesting again, first time these pairings have played on the show court. See whose nerves settle first. Cope with the pressure of commentary, live stream, and a bit of an audience as well.
And we can see early stages, Bourgoin loading up that forehand. That one's sailing long, but I do wonder if that's going to be a factor in this game. One just dropping wide after some very handy dinking then, Simon.
Yeah, it was a nice game to watch so far. Sorry, I've just lost the score. I think it's 2-0-1. It's going long. Oh, that was going so long.
And that will be incredibly frustrating. She almost left it and then hit it at the very last second.
I think she thought it might be just dropping in, but
and that one just dropped out. So a good start, regardless of that previous point, O'Hara and Smith, and they, after 2 losses, will be wanting to get a fast start, but they will be ruining their luck there. That net cord stopping them in their tracks, stopping the ball in its tracks.
And this pro net that they're playing with on court number 1, there's a steel cable running through the middle of that net. It does play very differently. That might have just dribbled over a normal net, but not on this.
Yeah, these nets, professional standard nets, tightly strung, really maintain their height throughout their length and their rigidity as well. Unforgiving.
Oh, unlucky. Great hands battle there.
Yeah, and early stages, I'm impressed, Simon, by Bourgoin's forehand and reactions. Thank you, Bourgoin, for that one. An ace. The forehand on full display. Catching the line.
I mentioned it yesterday with the guest commentators that you see the ball skid off like that and you know it's hit the tape, because this yellow Q1 tape that we use is brilliant for marking the courts out. But when the ball catches right on the line, it skids off and almost impossible to get back.
Oh, and a cracking finish from Bourgoin. Displaying fast hands, fancy feet. Really impressive display. And taking the score, pinning the partnership of O'Hara and Smith back to 3-all. Just dropping wide.
A good leave by Sue Smith there. I thought she was going to try and take that at one point, but the right decision to leave it. Both teams seem to be quite evenly matched here, Tim. I can't really pick it at the moment. I think Claire probably stands out with the most dominant forehand, but the rest of the players all evenly matched, certainly in terms of a team performance. It's not one team standing out just at the moment. Lovely cross-court dink. Oh, what a great setup that was. Dink out wide, pop up back, smash down the middle.
And O'Hara and Smith coming into this game after a disappointing couple of losses. They're really implying themselves nicely on the show court. And it's surprising, actually, their ability. They're really hanging in well with Burgoyne and Jones. So, obviously, those losses not indicative of their abilities.
Great defense. Oh. Sue belying her age there, doing a Mayo-esque coverage, Tim.
Yeah, Mayo will thank you for that, Simon. Yeah, very impressive stuff, though. Yeah, that's good. Good play. On the attack, on the offense. Not letting up. Good couple of defensive shots from O'Hara and Smith. And you feel after them taking an early 3-0 lead, Bourgoyne and Jones have found a bit of rhythm, playing with probably just an extra 10%, 15% power in their shots over O'Hara and Smith. And I think that's probably the difference so far.
They're having a bit of coaching on the sidelines there. Smith and O'Hara from Martin Smith, great tactician. It'll be interesting to see what his advice is, what they can perhaps change. Same my one bit of advice would be try and keep the ball away from Bourgoyne. Would be maybe target Jones a bit more, possibly.
Is that allowed, Simon? Side court coaching? Or is it an automatic disqualification?
Well, as I've already mentioned, Martin Smith is the national director for Pickleball England, Tim, so I feel
disqualification it is.
It's not my place to say anything, as I'm technically, well, he's technically my boss, and your boss, Tim, as well.
I'm my own man, Simon.
Shout out to Richard Toms, who's our direct line manager, Southwest Regional Director. And obviously a big shout out to Karen Mitchell and Chris Mitchell, who worked tirelessly on promoting the sport of pickleball. I organised a fantastic event last weekend in Loughborough, the singles, and now probably working all hours to organise the English Open beginning of August in the charming city of Telford.
There's some sarcasm in that, Simon. I'd have no idea, but fantastic event. As always, it's getting bigger, always improving. And that's indicative of the growth of the sport of pickleball. And we just want to continue seeing that growth. Pickleball England now setting a new target of 1 million players by 2030, up from the current approximately 50,000. So they've got ambitions at Pickleball England.
Feel that as these dedicated centres start to open, Tim, it will explode pickleball. We just need more dedicated venues.
Now you have to feel that capacity is a constraint in this country. We have all these lovely leisure centres, but they're not the ideal surface for playing pickleball, and quite often they're shared with 4 or 5 other sports. So the battles between pickleball and badminton are well recorded. So the more dedicated centres we get, hopefully the higher this sport can go.
It's a lovely touch from Claire Bourgogne there. It's showing that she's got touch as well as power.
And that one just midway up the net, and that creates some daylight now between Bourgogne and Jones, O'Hara and Smith. 5 points now to overcome, and Bourgogne winding up that forehand, seeing a gap down the line, just missing.
Sue Smith was demonstrating she had it covered, but I don't know if she would have hit that one back. That was going with some force. Definitely targeting Jones here, aren't they? Claire's barely seeing the ball in net. Oh, good leave.
So do you know much, Simon, about these players' backgrounds? It looks, I'm impressed by Claire Bourgogne's movement, particularly split stepping and keeping really nimble after each shot is played. You can see her constantly moving around, resetting her feet after each shot. I do wonder if that comes from a tennis background.
I'm not sure of Claire's background, but I know she's playing high level. She plays, the last one I think she played with Nathan Hill, I think in 4-5. I think they medalled. She's certainly a high-level player. So I think they're all from... I know Sue and Claire are all fleet-based. I'm assuming the other 2 players might be. I don't know for sure.
That one just floated in. O'Hara and Smith thought it went out. Pulling that one wide. So a second opportunity, and you feel they really do need to get another couple more points on the board in this round of serves. Misfire from Claire Burgoyne. A rare misfire on that forehand. Discussion about the score here. Either the score or the server.
I think Claire thinks it's 4 and I think it's 5, so I'm pretty sure.
We'll see
O'Hara is
shortly
saying
what
5.
they've settled on, Simon.
5-9.
I think that was correct. 5-9-2.
Smart play there by Jones. Just put it down the middle. The corridor of uncertainty would be the line that Shane would lose from Southampton. Something different. What do you call it down the middle, Tim?
Down the middle solves the riddle.
There we go. Yeah, we go.
It's not as catchy as Showtime, is it?
It's
but
not.
then again,
we're not allowed to. Oh, you just said it.
No, I didn't use it in the correct context though. So that's just a referral fee, which is £100.
So that forehand of Claire Bourgogne brings up match point. Great drop and drive in there, Tim, to finish the point.
Yeah, and finish the match as well. A really good performance from Burgoyne and Jones. And just that additional bit of power and aggression, I think, was the difference between these two teams. O'Hara and Smith playing well, getting a nice early lead, 3-0 lead, but ultimately Burgoyne and Jones coming back, playing some really lovely shots to take that group game, and that gives them, I believe, 3 wins out of 4. And they'll be hoping that that's enough to take them through the group stage. So we'll be back shortly with some men's 50 plus 4.0 action. So don't go away.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to
IT landscapes are increasingly complex, with evolving security threats and the growing demand for seamless service delivery. A managed IT SIM platform enables businesses to overcome these challenges by streamlining processes, enhancing operational efficiency, strengthening security measures, and providing a scalable, cost-effective approach to IT service management. iCTO helps businesses optimize their managed IT SIM platforms by providing expert guidance, automation, and strategic IT service management solutions, ensuring efficiency, scalability, and enhanced service delivery while reducing costs and downtime. iCTO, here when you need it.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to the Franklin Pickleball event in Swindon. We are now showing another round robin match in the men's 50 plus 4.0. I'm delighted to welcome to the commentary booth the effervescent Scott Mayo, gold medalist, mixed today playing with Maisie Wise. How are you feeling, Scott?
I don't know what the word effervescent really means, so initially perplexed and confused, but proud to be standing or sitting next to such an intelligent human in yourself, Simon.
I just looked it up, just reading off the dictionary on my computer. God, I didn't go to school, I haven't got a clue what I'm saying, really.
Do any of us on commentary?
Welcome, Scott. Welcome back to the booth. And very much delighted to have you sat next to me. Looking forward to your wacky stylings. No doubt will add a lot of flair and humour to the stream.
And talking of flair, I think we've got some flair players on show. I know Mark Johnson from practicing with him on Wednesday nights, and he's such a controlled, elegant player to watch, as are all of these players. A lovely standard of play we've got going on here, and I'm looking forward to watching this one with you by my side, Tim. God, could I want to be anywhere else?
I mean, it's a dream come true for me as well, Scott. I count my lucky stars. Have you sat beside me and to watch Pickleball as well. And we're watching here some really strong players. Darren Cornish and Mark Johnson, really distinguished players, winning their first 3 matches. So this is their final group match. So a win for them will mean qualification, top of their group.
Great return there from Smith. And a lovely shout of the score we've got there from Orge, which is an absolute delight. Makes our job as easy as possible. Is it? It was nearly on the choo-choo train straight away there, Tim. But just wide with that ATP effort there. But we love to see the any ATP effort.
Well, we certainly had a few from you earlier, Scott. And that was a joy to behold. Did you hit one in? I can't remember.
I think I was 0 for 2 or 0 for 3, but I did hit one in the group stages, so that's what I'm going to treasure.
I can't stick that one on the highlight reel, I'm afraid. Unfortunately.
Don't be afraid, Tim. Never afraid.
So Andy Org and Martin Smith with 1 win out of 3 so far. I believe playing for pride and playing to try and qualify for the lower bracket. Of course, at these PickleB events, everybody qualifies into a different bracket. So they will probably be just outside the top 2 regardless of the result. But they'll be looking to finish in as high a position as they can, although they're up against it early doors, Scott.
Yeah, from what I know of Mark Johnson, he's such a steady player, and I think they're just pretty much playing no-miss pickleball at the moment with Orge and Smith, just with a few more unforced errors. And so I think if Johnson and Cornish are able to keep that steady flow, probably back themselves here at 6-0 at the turn. That's a nice bit of depth there from Orge and Smith.
Yeah,
And
they will really need a hit with depth, Scott.
not quite that much depth, though.
It's their first point on the board. And that's a bit wild from Smith.
Nothing wrong with a dink or drop to the middle, Tim. I think if you're struggling a little bit, 1-6 down, why not chuck a few into the middle and try get into some of these rallies, get yourself back into the game.
It's hard, though, when you're playing such competitors like Mark Johnson and Darren Cornish. And they did create the opportunity there, Org and Smith. And they'll be frustrated, or just dumping that backhand into the net.
Lovely control.
That is such brilliant play, and effortless movement from Mark Johnson. He looks like he can just hit those backhand dinks all day long.
He's just one of those players that, especially on that backhand side dink, he just looks as though he's got all the time in the world to play that shot, and it's definitely something that anyone that is watching and is a player themselves, I would honestly really look at how Mark Johnson controls the kitchen and makes it that it looks like he's got so much time on that backhand side. Oh wow, his partner's not too shabby either, Tim. What do you think of that one?
That's a good cracking forehand low down to the feet of Andy Org. Unable to get that one back.
And an absolutely beautiful drop there that enabled the pop-up and then the put away from Cornish. So now we see ourselves at 10-1-1 and see if they can close it out. Great reset. This is where Mark wants to be. And that's commentator's curse, Tim?
It is Scott, the commentator's curse. He wanted to be there, and he worked his way there. But hell, even the best of us make mistakes, right, Scott?
Indeed, but this is a nice little rally we got going on here. Oh,
and that's frustrating. Almost lashing out at the net there afterwards, but realizing probably in the back of his mind that Steve Beale is about 7 foot. So he doesn't want to damage the net, which of course on the center court is of professional standard. They're not cheap. You won't get any cheap Temu knockoffs at a PickleB event.
I don't know whether I'm just a pickleball purist, but there's something about a nice net, Tim. What do you think? Looking at it, I mean, look at that. It's just a thing of beauty. I'd have one in my living room if I could. Don't know what I'd do with it. I mean, put it in the Tate, maybe. How's about that?
The Tate?
Is that right?
The Tate Modern, I presume, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure, unless the standards of the Tate Modern have dropped substantially since I last went. I think you're probably pushing your luck. But it is a real weighty construction. And you can tighten it, and you can tell the difference, can't you, Scott, by looking at the net here on the show court.
Not to say that there's anything wrong with all the other nets that we do have today. They're all of absolutely incredible standard, but what I would say with this Franklin net on center court is that there's no mercy. That white tape holds true and it holds strong, so make sure and hit it over, Tim. Make sure and hit it over and in, well, as we all should.
That's what we try. That is what we try, Scott. But we draw our attention back now to the action before us. And another ladies 50 plus 4.0 group match. I think we're nearing the end of these group matches. So we will just go for a very short break whilst we gather our thoughts here. And Scott has to do a little bit of meditation. He does that after every single game. Sits in a corner, quietly contemplating. So we will go for ever such a short break, and we will be back with this game very shortly.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Franklin Pickleball event in the Delta Tennis Centre in Swindon. We now have the ladies 4.0 round robin match. It's just taken place, so I'll hand you back over to Scott Mayo and Tim Spurway.
Thanks, Simon. So, another outing here for Sue Smith and Rachel O'Hara on this show court. They'll be hoping to put behind that loss in the last game. And they are now playing Naomi Reneso and Justine Stephen. At the top of your screen.
Lovely put away there. I'd just like to take this opportunity to say what an advocate for the sport Justine Stephen is. A Welsh international player. I had the absolute honour and privilege to play with her in the 18 plus in the first ever European Championships. And she was incredible then, but she's come on leaps and bounds. I play with her on a Wednesday night, and whenever she's by my side, I stand out the way and let that forehand drive, as you see right there, just take over, because she hits a ball absolutely beautifully on that left-hand side. And there's something about a lefty, Tim. What do you think when they strike a ball? It just looks even better, and I don't know how they do it. Great get there, though.
Yeah, it's always slightly confusing playing against a left-handed and a right-handed player. Although, interestingly, Scott, normally you see a stack employed to ensure that both forehands are down the middle. Stephen and Reneso deciding not to do that and just following the direction that they would normally be stood in. So we have a really fast start though from Reneso and Stephen, taking an early 6-0 lead, and they look really a formidable partnership.
Yeah, the one thing I would say about Stephen and what we've been working on the Wednesday nights as part of the drilling sessions that we put on in Cardiff is the ability for Justine to actually hit that third shot or fifth shot drop to sort of both corners. And with that slight tennis background, what she's got is she's got that ability to drop with that topspin, and it's not all about the power. She has it, but those drops have been absolutely been working wonders.
And this is brutal play. This is something to behold.
Are we on the train, Tim?
I think we're certainly about to go into the station. And that station's name, I think, is probably Victory for Reneso and Stephen. 8-0 up. Looking strong.
Too much power. Yeah. Reneso and Stephen gonna see if they can maybe close this one out on these serves. Great return though there.
That has put the line, Scott.
Incredible lob. I don't believe you. I have to believe you because it's true. Great shot. Okay, we see ourselves 10-0. Great recovery. And that one is just called out, so that is a side out. So it'll be nice, I think, for O'Hara and Smith just to see if they can get off the board. And then you never know, maybe go on a little run of their own.
Just a little bit too eager there coming forward. But, roll volley from Stephen, loaded up with topspin. That's always going to be a difficult shot low down to get back over, and that's even more difficult.
Don't put it there. Don't put it there. Never put it there. Not on that left hand smash the way that Stephen is able to do that. I've been a victim of that too many times on those Wednesday evenings.
You sound like you've got post-traumatic stress syndrome, Scott, the way you're talking.
I'd rather play by her side than against her. I know that much.
But just stood mid-court there. Getting caught out with that ball down low. So another opportunity for O'Hara and Smith. They'll be really desperate not to get pickled on the show court here. But what can you do when you have Stephen absolutely winding up and letting loose on the forehand side?
Great depth, great pressure, and great angle. I mean, talk about orchestrating a point, Tim. What do you think?
They were conducting it. It was music on the pickleball court playing out before us. And that brings up another game point.
Oh, lovely play. One of the rallies of the day, I think, so far. Definitely rallies of this match. But another chance for Inoso and Stephen. I want to finish it here. Get a bit of rest in this warm centre.
Oh, and that's a shame to finish on that point. Just overstretching on that drop. And yeah, Reneso and Stephen look absolutely formidable. A terrifying sight if you see them in the draw. They no doubt will be qualifying from the group stages. So, yeah, a quick encounter there, Scott. And as you were saying, Stephen, a very accomplished player, and you could tell that from being on court. She had all the shots, and Reneso as well. They really didn't give many opportunities for O'Hara and Smith to get into that game. They, even when they got a side out, it was deep returns, putting the pressure on. They were greedy. They did not want to give away any points, and that is a pickle. So there you have it, folks. Another of our group matches. And we will be taking a short break whilst we sort the schedule out for your next match. So join us then.
It began with a goal to develop a better tennis string, then a better racket, then a better ball. But it's transformed into a story beyond our wildest dreams. Out of our passion for racket sports grew a desire to innovate and redefine the game. Then came Pickleball, a phenomenon that ignited our purpose. Shaping the industry became our mission, but it led to so much more. Diadem isn't just about redefining sports equipment, it's about empowering you, our players, to lead healthier lives, form friendships that transcend borders and backgrounds, and to get out and play. Pickleball enables us to do what we do best, innovate. But Diadem inspires much more because it's not about the brand, it's about the individuals who bring it to life. Our success isn't tallied in paddles and rackets sold, but in smiles brought to players' faces and the relentless pursuit of improvement. At Diadem, our purpose is simple. We live to unlock experiences. We live to compete not just against opponents, but against friends, families, rivals, and heroes alike. At Diadem, we live for one more game, one more shot, one more moment in this story we are writing together. Welcome to Diadem, where we live to play.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
Rob Adams and Georgie Gert, as we just saw Sire, just need to acknowledge an absolute... Oh yeah, really good put away there. Maisie's down. Oh, and Scott's down. His final best of three. And Scott Mayo goes for... Oh my lord. Oh! Steven loaded up with topspin. That's always going to be a difficult shot low down to get back over. And that's even more difficult. And they've opened up a 2-point lead in this second game. They missed a quick start from Crossweight and Sire. Welcome back, everyone, and we are bringing you a match now. 50+ men's 4.0 semi-final. And familiar faces and some new faces as well. So we have Daryl Blair and Mark Powell at the top of your screens. They will be playing Kevin McCarthy and Andrew Unwin at the bottom of your screen. So it's be first to 11 encounter. Just one ahead. And Mark Powell and Daryl Blair probably be getting a bit sick of the show court by now. I believe this is their third appearance this afternoon. So they'll be very much used to it, and I do wonder if that's going to have a bearing. Scott, I'm delighted, of course, to welcome Scott Mayo back to the commentary box. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you very much. It definitely is a factor. To say that you don't feel the nerves on show court, I think, would be a lie. So it is nice to have a little bit of an experience on there, but with shots like that from McCarthy, maybe you don't need too much. He's just got the experience of years of playing pickleball. It doesn't matter where you play it, as long as it's in between these yellow lines. We're all happy, I think. Great shot, that is. Beautiful shot in behind there from Unwin.
Very good. Yeah, Andrew Unwin, husband of Sharon Unwin, who you may have seen play in the show court earlier. Pickleball power couple from Bristol. Very involved in Bristol Pickleball Club and have been for a good few years now. So instrumental in the growth in pickleball in that area. And Bristol have really developed a lot of really strong players that, well, we've been watching throughout this weekend, including, of course, Tracy Matthews, Michael Lidington, Helen Waters, Rob Adams. The names go on. But a good early start from them. 3-1. Early stages.
Lovely shot there from Blair just to get it past McCarthy. Just another shout out to Kevin McCarthy from myself. Kevin was the first person I ever actually played in a tournament with, and he took me under his wing at Abertillery Pickleball Club, and it's an absolute honour to be able to commentate on him on centre court today, because he's just done so much for pickleball in Wales. He runs the Dragon League, and without him, I wouldn't be sat here right now. So thank you very much, Mr. McCarthy.
Would indeed be a tragedy, both for me and for the listeners at home, Scott. And that ball, I think, was just in. So a big pool of leave. Correct. Gives McCarthy and Unwin another opportunity. And we talk a little bit about theatrics on court, Scott. And we've seen some theatrics from today, most notably, of course, from yourself. But Andrew Unwin also... Oh, blimey. And...
Wow. The spin, and it felt like it was on that tape for a lifetime.
It
that
almost
beautiful,
set up camp.
Beautiful, thick, white ribbon of joy. Maybe for Blair and Powell, not so much for McCarthy and Unwin.
Certainly not, but... saying earlier, Andrew Unwin is also known for a little bit of theatrics. Often see him flying around the court. So, always brings some intrigue and excitement to his games.
A little inside information, actually. I did have McCarthy tell me an hour or so ago. He thinks that he's tamed him a little bit. Can you tame an Unwin? That's the question.
The age-old question, Scott. It's one that has dominated the thinking of mankind for quite some years now. Some really good play here, and Blair and Powell have managed to close up this gap. 3-3 now. Yeah, and that's good placement there from McCarthy. On the backhand side of Powell, didn't overplay it, focused on control over power. Oh, and Howell shouting leave. It wasn't left, and just missing the overhead.
Lovely angle there from Powell, which is needed because Unwin and McCarthy have defended great, covering the angles, but lovely put away. Can't defend that one. Lovely shot. Oh, there's one back. There we go. We just heard Unwin actually shout there 1-1 with the net tape, and as we know, it all levels out in the end, Tim, doesn't it? Unless it's against yourself.
I like to think it does, Scott. I like to think it does. I think people can complain about the net a lot in pickleball, but I think if someone was to be sat at the side counting the net cords, I think the reality would be very different than people's perception of the net.
I think there's a job going. I'll have to ask Simon for someone at PickleB maybe to be the net cord watcher. I think there's something to be said there, and that's the stats that people love to hear about.
Well, they'd be delighted to have you as the net cord watcher.
So anyone that is listening, if you would like to put in your CV, if you just send it to the PickleB Instagram account, and I'll take a little look at your CV, at your watchful eyes, of how good you really are watching those net cords take place. But here we are now at 4-3.
Oh, and we've got some controversy. We've had very little controversy in this tournament so far. And Howell, all in good humour. There was a disagreement about where Unwin and McCarthy should have been stood. And it almost kicked off. But safely diffused, thank God.
All in good spirit, all in good spirit. I just love, everyone's so competitive, but competitive and fun, and it's a nice middle ground to have, and we want to make sure the game's played in the right way and everyone stood in the right place. And now I think we're back to where we need to be at 3-4.
Oh, and that's a poor call there, leaving that ball from Blair. Oh, and a missed serve as well, and that's two gifts for McCarthy and Unwin, and I wonder if they can create a little bit of daylight now with the side out.
Such a relief to have a quick side out, especially in a semi-final on centre court, court one. Lovely side out, and they've capitalised there by getting a quick point of themselves with a lovely drop there from McCarthy.
I've done it again, says Andrew Unwin. He's been playing well so far. He should be too hard on himself.
But can't defend that great put away from Powell. I think McCarthy and Unwin will be happy, though, with getting that extra point. They will be looking for another quick side out and seeing if they can get to the turn at 6. We'll have a little look to see if Blair and Powell have anything to say about that now.
Yeah, once, twice, 3 times a smash. Really good finish from Andrew Unwin there.
Oh, you're good at this job, aren't you, Tim? I didn't know where you were going to go, but that is just poetry in motion.
I almost sang it, Scott, but... Barriers down.
Spirits high, up.
cracking point there. And good persistence from McCarthy and Unwin to take that one. Cracking point, probably 20 or so shots. And this match is warming up nicely, Scott.
It really is. The confusion in the middle there with the lefty. But no confusion there with Unwin's put away. They now see themselves 6-3-1 at the turn in this semi-final of the 50-plus men's competition. McCarthy just giving his glasses a bit of a clean. Not sure if they are for fashion or for sight. Either way, I think quite a dashing look from McCarthy. And they've served him well. And his partner Unwin actually also sporting some glasses. 6-3-1 at the turn for the fashionistas.
Of course, glasses in pickleball serving multiple purposes often, providing protection to those eyes as well. And you do see players often sporting them. And Andrew Unwin finds a line with the forehand, taking the score up to 7-3. And it's two opportunities at the serve as well. You feel that these 2 points are going to be crucial. Absolutely right, Scott.
Maybe, though, just a little bit too excited from Kevin McCarthy as saw a premature finish line maybe, but there's another side out. So Blair and Powell will have a chance now at 3-7. Maybe see if they can go on a bit of a run of their own in this enthralling contest here on this delightful Sunday evening. Afternoon? Evening? Which one? Where are we? Dusk?
Still afternoon, Scott.
Good afternoon to you, Tim, as well. Great defense. Good reset. Maybe just overplaying there a little bit. It's a bit of pattern play there. More than happy, I think, just to...
So a non-scoring side out, though, from Blair and Powell. And the chances...
Oh, look at that lovely counter-attack. It was, again, set up by Unwin with that third shot, which early on in this match, he did get a little bit frustrated about missing. Now he's got his confidence, dropped it in beautifully, and Kevin saw that opportunity to pounce.
The missed return, and that's really frustrating. And this match slipping away from McCarthy, from Blair and Powell.
Again, maybe just a little bit too excited from McCarthy. The drop wasn't bad, but maybe just a step too far in, and then he got caught out in behind him there. But good shot there. In behind McCarthy. Working very, very well. That Unwin drop to the backhand of Powell. And then McCarthy able to put it away nicely. What defense this is. What are we watching, Tim? Wow. Oh my word. Oh, wow, 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 wow.
And Unwin is down. Scott Mayo's style. He is down. I knew he would be down at least once in this match. But I think we have to forgive him for that one. That was a cracking rally, and to just Got slightly unlucky with the net cord there. I think I'll be down as well on that shot.
Lovely rally. That's Pickleball right there. Incredible rally, followed by a 2-shot rally. The unpredictability of this sport, eh? Aaron Powell able to get off that 3 that they were stuck on for a little bit. Able just to redeem something, but has just struck that one into the net. McCarthy and Unwin do have another match point here, and 2 serves with it as well. It's a nice shot from Powell. Unwin does have another serve to see them through to the final. Can they do it now? Oh! The glory shot, Tim. He wanted all the glory with that one.
Yeah, and that shot, I don't think Scott was there. It's like a few of your ATPs earlier on, I would say, Scott. I caught him when he was eating, so there's no comeback there.
I wouldn't have had a comeback anyway because I can't come back from the truth, Tim. I can't come back from the truth. But we love a trier, don't we? You want to see ATPs on the show court, or at least attempted ATPs anyway.
Absolutely, we do. We do indeed. And we've had a few non-scoring side outs here. Blair and Powell digging in, not giving any ground, but they've got another couple of points to win now if they're going to stay in this game and this semi-final.
Great defense there from Unwin. Oh, just hit that one with a slightly open face there, though, McCarthy, which leaves the ball with a little bit of backspin on it, so the ball's always sort of rising rather than dipping there. So it makes it more difficult for that ball to land into the kitchen. Another match point.
Scott Mayo, he lives every point here. He's now ordering the players to leave the ball when it's going out.
If anyone does want any coaching, I would advise not to come to me.
Is that your method of coaching? Is it just yell at people to leave the ball, Scott?
I think I've said it a few times on stream, and I stick by it. A leave is one of the most important shots in this sport. The amount of balls that are going long in this sport are crazy. So
there you go.
There we go. Leave that one, Tim.
Leave that one. And it's £50 straight into the Scott Mayo account for all the listeners, please. And they are digging in Blair and Powell. They've managed to claw another point back. No, sorry, they haven't. They are holding on, and they're facing, though, another match point. And it's just getting over the line. That last shot is the hardest.
Maybe they just want it that little bit too much. I know that Unwin and McCarthy just live and breathe this sport, and I know that they'd be over the moon to get to the final. And so at 10-4, are they able to get over the line? But Howell and Blair, a bit of patient play and a very, very, very stern paddle tap there. So I think they're really not out of this, and they definitely think that themselves. So see them at 5-10-1. Are they going to capitalize on McCarthy and Unwin not being able to put away this match? Heads up, Tim.
we'll see in the next couple of points. Because although they have had issues, Unwin and McCarthy, putting this match away, Blair and Powell haven't been able to put too much pressure on them so far. So we'll see if that changes. Not with that point. Forehand dumped into the middle of the net from Powell. And they are really desperate to try and win these points. Probably just slightly overplaying.
Beautifully orchestrated there from Unwin. He's got a great reach, actually, into that middle. Can be quite intimidating through that middle when he does get his forehands going. So another match point, though. 10-5. The pressure from McCarthy here. Great defense. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Look at that. Great instinctive defense from McCarthy. I think he also learned maybe those shots at the Wednesday sessions that Scott Mayo does do on a Wednesday at Cardiff Met. I'm going to take slight credit for that one, maybe, Tim.
There you go. Scott, no doubt you've been putting in your work as a coach, and you do more than just shout from the sidelines to leave the ball. But I think McCarthy and Unwin will be very, very relieved to get over the line in that game. So they made hard work of it after taking an early lead and staying at 10-4 for a good 3 or 4 side outs. But ultimately, Blair and Powell didn't take their opportunities, unfortunately for them. But they will get another opportunity in our next game. Not on this show court, but on one of the outdoor courts, I believe. There will be a bronze medal playoff for them, so they've got that to look forward to. McCarthy and Unwin, otherwise, will be charging forward into the final. And we will be showing that, I'm sure, on the show court shortly as we come to the end of our streaming here. I believe just one more match to show potentially, the men's 4-0 50+ final, and that will be coming up after this short break.
It began with a goal to develop a better tennis string, then a better racket, then a better ball. But it's transformed into a story beyond our wildest dreams. Out of our passion for racket sports grew a desire to innovate and redefine the game. Then came Pickleball, a phenomenon that ignited our purpose. Shaping the industry became our mission, but it led to so much more. Diadem isn't just about redefining sports equipment, it's about empowering you, our players, to lead healthier lives, form friendships that transcend borders and backgrounds, and to get out and play. Pickleball enables us to do what we do best, innovate. But Diadem inspires much more because it's not about the brand, it's about the individuals who bring it to life. Our success isn't tallied in paddles and rackets sold, but in smiles brought to players' faces and the relentless pursuit of improvement. At Diadem, our purpose is simple. We live to unlock experiences. We live to compete not just against opponents, but against friends, families, rivals, and heroes alike. At Diadem, we live for one more game, one more shot, one more moment in this story we are writing together. Welcome to Diadem, where we live to play.
So welcome back, folks, and delighted now to bring you the second semi-final in the 50-plus men's 4.0 division. And this will be a good encounter indeed. Scott Mayo sat beside me again. We've got Darren Cornish and Mark Johnson, who you may remember from a couple of our earlier group matches on the show court here. But we haven't seen Devereux and Oakley play on the show court yet, and they have been working their way through the field on the outer courts. They find themselves in this final against two tricky opponents. So in this semi-final, it is first to 11. 1 point ahead.
Oh! It had it all. It had it all, but the reactions of Johnson, who I was actually going to mention his age there, but I'm not going to do that. Just in case he'll shout at me. But his athleticism at the age that he is absolutely incredible. Did actually play a game of singles with him last Wednesday. Unfortunately enough, it had to be cut short. I won't tell you what the score was, but I wasn't looking particularly good against him. So yeah, he really is a great mover around the court, but Cornish is also an excellent backhand flick put away player too with a shot like that. So Devereux and Oakley see themselves at 0-3-2. And now with a side out for Johnson and Cornish, taking quite a quick 3-0 lead in this semi-final.
Yeah, Devereux and Oakley will really like to tighten up with these shots because this game could go away from them, but Oakley has done a really good job there of putting that backhand away out of the reach of Darren Cornish. But just leaving that return a little bit short, and Darren Cornish comes across, punishes with the forehand.
Great speed up there from Oakley to get them off the mark. Now at 1-4-1. Great serve. Great third. And just great pressure all around. Cornish with the counter, but not quite enough. Great pressure from Devereux and Oakley. Just to cut the deficit to just 2 now.
Oakley does like a power forehand. We've seen him whip a few full throttle. But a miss serve, a wild serve from Oakley, and a scream of frustration from him. But he... Oh, okay, so they are replaying the point. Yeah, good finish from Darren Cornish. And it's this... We were saying earlier, Scott, when we were watching them, they have a certain aura of calm and confidence about them, Cornish and Mark Johnson. Both of the players... Very hard to read. If they're down in a game, they don't show their frustration. They keep it all very calm. And Johnson, you feel, could win a 90-shot rally and just waltz away. And it would almost look like he'd lost it. Such is his demeanor on the court.
I think if we were playing top trumps, I would pick Johnson's mindset on the court. Never phased, nonplussed, I would say, but nonplussed in the best way. Always just focused on the task in hand. Great attitude, great advocate for the sport. And again, it is that attitude and that mindset. Now sees them 7-2 up. Devereux and Oakley just have to be careful that this game doesn't slip by them too quickly and they give them best possible game they can in this semi-final.
It's looking slightly ominous for them at the minute.
Eight 2-2.
Mark Johnson there, so used to seeing him drop on that backhand side, mixing it up, coming over the top of that ball and hitting a drive, completely catching out Tim Oakley, and that's a successful play. Brings up a 7-point lead. They do get a side out, and it is time for Devereux and Oakley to score some points here, Scott. And Oakley just really overplaying that, Scott.
Yeah, I think he just wants it bad, as do we all. Maybe just needs to give himself a little bit more time. See if they can get us another side out here. Give them a chance to come back into this match. That one does go long as we are perfectly on the line here, and that did just go out by about a ball. And that does bring up Cornish and Johnson. Match point quite quickly, actually. Not able to put it away this time. And I think that Cornish still has a serve. But what do I know, Tim? I haven't been watching properly.
We always go by what the players agree here, regardless of our own thoughts. But I think you were right, Scott. There you go. It's a side out. And they're going to need all the luck they can get, Devereux and Oakley, if they're going to get back in this match. Another 7 net cords will be a welcome addition for them. Unlikely to happen, though. And Oakley misses a serve and has hit a couple of serves now that have been missed, and really letting Cornish and Johnson, without much of a fight, bring up another game point, and Johnson making no mistake with that forehand put away. Really good, strong performance from Cornish and Johnson. You have to feel going into the final, they are potentially the team to beat. Breezing their way nonchalantly through the field in what is a strong 50-plus field. So playing at a really high standard there, Scott.
Yep, and it's only going to get better, and delighted to say that we can bring you the men's 50-plus in just a couple of minutes. I was just about to say we're going to go to an ad break now, but I have no idea whether that's the case. We are? Yeah, I've got the nod. We're about to go to an ad break. Oh, God, I'm good at this job. Let's go.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Put away to finish. So another opportunity though for Helen Waters and Michael. Errors do happen from time to time, but again, even when he missed that, just a bit. Fantastic event, as always, seen at the PickleB events. Sponsors, of course.
I think also from Livingston and Waters' point of view is they just want to get into the
great defense. Oh, wow.
I think they're trying to look for a winner and they didn't need to look back. Just keep the ball back and play. And hopefully that happens. Interesting dynamic to watch unfold. Oh,
oh, now we're talking.
Amazing, taking a deep breath there. Really important when you're playing these games.
Lewis Oki regularly now.
Working very.
So a really strong comeback from Oki and Presley in this second game. They've tightened. Oh! Coins, forehand and reactions. Ah. Oh, and would indeed be a tragedy, both for me and for the list for them. Unlikely to happen, though. That's a poor call there.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Franklin Pickleball event in Swindon, which was sunny, but now it's pouring with rain, absolutely lashing it down. If you can hear it on the mics. We are now at the final stage of the men's 50 plus 4.0. We have Kevin McCarthy and Andrew Unwin playing against Mark Johnson and Darren Cornish. I'll now hand you back over to the wonderful pairing of Scott Mayo and Tim Swiway.
Here we are again, Tim. The last hurrah. And what a hurrah this is going to be. Again, I will say it. I've said it once, I've said it twice, and I'll say it thrice. Nowhere else I'd rather be on a Saturday evening. There's nowhere else I'd rather be on a Sunday afternoon. Sat by your side, enjoying the riches and pleasures of this 50 plus men's 4.0 final. With, and I will chuck this one in as well, two of my regulars in Johnson and McCarthy that come to my Wednesday drilling sessions. So it's an absolute delight and honour to get to commentate on these two players and the other two as well, who are both formidable players in their own right. And so I'm absolutely delighted to be a part of all of this today. So thank you so much, Tim, for letting me be a part of it, and the rest of PickleB too. Let's see what we've got in store. And at some point in a second, I will be quiet.
Thanks, Scott. And none of us would be sat here if it wasn't for Colin, who always is sat behind the scenes administering the technology. He takes it incredibly seriously, this stream, and is constantly developing new ideas and features so we can bring you this fantastic quality action into the comfort of your own home. So many thanks to Colin for that. And we have in store for us a great final here. Aaron Cornish, Mark Johnson have absolutely breezed through the groups, not dropping a game yet and winning comfortably in all of their matches so far. They'll fancy their chances, Scott, in this one.
Yeah, all four players definitely know all of each other's games very, very well. A lot of them, I think, have partnered together. I know that Kevin and Mark have partnered together in the past. They have all featured in McCarthy's Dragon Ladder League 2. And so I do think we will see is a Johnson to McCarthy dinking shot. I do think that Johnson will fancy himself against McCarthy in that rally. But as we've seen, McCarthy and Unwin have played excellently themselves to get to this final. So despite Johnson and Cornish probably being the favourites and taking a 3-1 lead here, Johnson and Unwin definitely fancy themselves too in this match.
Everyone's fancying themselves here, Scott, including yourself.
I only have eyes for you, Tim. And your angelic face.
So kind of you. I only have eyes, of course, for the pickleball. It's coming out, playing out before us.
Oh, 1-3-2.
Watching from the sidelines, regular player and coach Rob Adams, and we'll hope to get his views on this match at some point during the course of it. He's supporting Andrew Unwin from Bristol. Regular players together.
Yes, that one did catch the net tape, but I think you've got to give them credit there, Unwin. It was a beautiful shot, beautiful drop straight down the middle. Just a slight net cord there, but now find themselves at 3-3-2. Nicely poised for us to spectate this one.
Mega finish, Mark Johnson assured at the net, steering that overhead down the middle. So we're on as even early stages of this match, 3-3.
Just a quick note to say, it looks as though McCarthy and Unwin are only just going to stack whilst they're on serve for the moment. So I don't know whether Johnson and Cornish are maybe going to target the middle of the two whilst the stack is unwound. We'll see how that plays out.
And a frustrating missed return there from Kevin McCarthy. And a commanding out pulled there from Andrew Unwin. No messing about. Kevin McCarthy was leaving that ball. Whatever happened.
Great shot from Cornish there. Doesn't need full power on that one. I'd maybe call that one the drip. You're just able to hit that shot sort of between a drop and a third shot drive to the feet of McCarthy, who was, not by his own fault, in a bit of a no man's land there. More of just a great shot there by Cornish to put that one away.
So there you go, folks. You get a little taste of these Wednesday sessions run by Scott Mayo, introducing new shots, the drip. Might use that one myself, Scott.
I'll teach you when we've got 5 minutes, maybe after the end of our time here. How's about that?
Nothing would give me more pleasure than that, Scott.
And the pleasure's all mine, Tim. But I think that pleasure will cost you £50. It's the price I think you put on my head earlier on. Is that right?
Yes, I put on your head, Scott. What do you think I was doing?
I'll tell you what, we'll leave that one there. And we'll focus on this play that we've got right in front of us as the sun has just come back out. Well orchestrated there from Johnson in behind McCarthy's backhand. One thing Johnson does always have is such great disguise on his shot. It feels like he plays the shot so late. You never quite fully know what he's going to do. The pressure is mounting here on McCarthy and Unwin. Cornish and Johnson looking fairly comfortable with their 6-3 lead.
But and it's be interesting to see, and I wonder after this first game, Rob Adams stepping to the side of the court here, and I do wonder if he'll be giving Unwin and McCarthy a few words of advice.
Lovely reset there from Johnson. Lovely point overall. Beautiful point. Absolute delightful point that is to watch and spectate. Unwin and McCarthy, doing very well. Can they defend this next one and get a side out? Good patience shown by all. Pure pickleball right here, ladies and gentlemen. What we love to see. And I tell you what, that is a lovely speed up. Very unexpected. Well, Cornish definitely didn't expect that one. And we love a body bag. And Tim, I tell you what, I'm going to make you speak right now whilst you've got a bit of ham and cheese sandwich in your mouth. Come on, what do you think of that one?
Very quality play there.
I tell you what, Tim, that is some of the quickest mastication I have ever seen. Incredible to get it out there, swallowed so quickly. Incredible stuff.
It's all up the sides of the mouth there, Scott.
I tell you what, that is a hell of a dig from Johnson there through the middle of the court. Such fast reactions at his ripe old age.
A powerful finish there from Darren Cornish. And it feels like McCarthy and Unwin have yet to solve the Cornish and Johnson puzzle. As nobody else has solved it today, Scott.
No one's got the answer quite yet. But there's going to be a pair that maybe can solve the riddle. It could be the opponents that they are facing in the final, because they've deserved to get there themselves. And I wonder if Adams on the sideline is able to get them the key to unlock the door of all answers, but
door is fully shut and locked at the minute. And that key has yet to be cut.
Timpsons, if
I
you
think
are watching.
A trip to Timpsons is in order.
I think that frustration is not just shown in Unwin a few points ago, but now in McCarthy. All done with a bit of a smile on the face, though, or a grimace. I still haven't worked that one out yet. Found themselves 10-3 down in this first set, and that is an absolutely beautiful backhand drive from the middle of the court by Cornish with great topspin. And just like that, Tim, you see this first game in the 50-plus men's 4.0 final finish 11-3. And are we going to see Rob Adams potentially with a key-cutting device in his back pocket, ready for McCarthy and Unwin to unlock this very stern door of Johnson and Cornish? What do you think, Tim? What if you were a fly on the wall, as it were, what do you think Adams would be saying at this point?
I would be... I'm not quite sure, to be honest. It's such a difficult task. Cornish and Johnson are strong in all parts of the court and really cruise to that first game. Feel if they continue at this level, it's going to be hard, regardless of what strategies McCarthy and Unwin employ. But we'll see. Rob Adams did indeed offer some words of encouragement. We'll see if it will have any impact, as that ball just drops over the net after a lucky net cord. So that's not going to help matters for McCarthy and Unwin, but they do win the next point.
I think if I was to suggest one bit of advice, what I would say is that maybe Unwin to take a little bit more of the middle, just because he's got a little bit more of that firepower. Finish those points off. This is great defensive work. Great rally so far.
So we've got Rob Adams alongside us, and Rob, noticed you gave a few words of advice to Andrew Unwin and Kevin McCarthy. Do you want to divulge a little bit what you said to them at this after this first game?
Yeah, hi Tim, thanks for having me here. Yeah, I was just saying to Unwin and McCarthy that perhaps try not to speed the ball up too much in the mid-court. When Johnson and Cornish are looking to reset the ball, I think Unwin and McCarthy are speeding the ball up too quickly. So the idea is to try and reset the ball rather than enter a hands battle with Cornish and Johnson, which, looking at the scoreline, they've not won too many of. So essentially, I said to Unwin and McCarthy, get to the kitchen line, look to dink, and then hopefully that should yield some more points for them. Let's wait and see.
Thanks for that input, Rob. An insight into some of that tactical play. Hasn't yielded any success just yet, but a really lovely point there. And that gives Cornish and Johnson just a few things to think about.
Good communication there from Johnson, but great reset from McCarthy. Great pickup from Cornish. Maybe just a little bit too much there from Unwin. But just while it's still in my memory, I would also just like to firstly congratulate Mr. Adams on his win yesterday. It was an incredible final. Pleasure always to play against Adams. He's a great player. I would just like to quickly take this opportunity to say thank you to Adams for everything that he's personally taught me as well. One of the best players, I think, that we have in the UK. An absolute fierce competitor. So congratulations, Rob, for all that you do for this sport. It's a pleasure to share a court with you, and I look forward to sharing a court by your side in Spain in a month or so's time. Unbelievable dig there from Johnson. That one was flying long, but Cornish a little bit excited, and a cheeky little thank you there from Unwin, which is taken very light-heartedly. Great touch.
It's a brilliant touch.
Oh. Great control all around. I mean, textbook really there from Johnson. McCarthy did have a chance to put that one away. So they can take some confidence from that to say that there was a ball to be hit, to be put away. Find ourselves at 2-2.
And everybody makes mistakes there. Mark Johnson misfiring on the forehand side. But Darren Cornish immediately, again, relocking that door that was perhaps left ever so slightly ajar.
They maybe had a little peep, but nothing more. I think if Cornish and Johnson just play their simple, basic pickleball, they should back themselves in this final. But let's see if Unwin and McCarthy another peep through this door now. Another point. 2-3-1. All to play for.
And Unwin is down. He goes down, holds his ankle. I think he's okay. It's, maybe just a very slight roll. It looks undamaged. We don't want any more injury issues in any finals. We've had enough of those to last a year. Just in Swindon alone.
Great counter there from McCarthy.
Oh, and that is poetry. That is absolute beautiful watch there. On a string, moving his opponents around like dolls. Lovely play. Darren Cornish.
Oh.
Getting a bit lucky as well.
Getting a little bit lucky, yes, but the pop-up was there to be hit. So, you know, they still create that opportunity. Lady luck on their side this time.
It's luck again there. That's 2 points in a row where the net cord has won them the point. And McCarthy and Unwin trying to fire themselves up now. They've got a mountain to climb. And they are looking in the closet for that climbing gear. Maybe it's the closet door that's locked. Mayo.
Oh, maybe that's what they need. Two of them hitting it at the same time. Maybe that's a tactic they can employ. As well, that one. Not textbook, but...
It works, and you feel... Nothing's worked so far for them. Themselves 5-2 down in this second game. But that ball does creep out. And so, a reduction in the deficit now to 2 points. Can they, Scott, get a little bit of momentum behind them? No, is the answer. Indeed.
But you've still got another serve. 3-5. 1 point at a time. That was what... that was our game plan for myself and Maisie in the final. Was just a point at a time. And we just had a funny little thing we'd say to each other where we were saying, doesn't 7 sound a little bit better than 6? And 8 sound a little bit better than 7? And I'm not going to carry on this because I think you know where I'm going with it. But point at a time is basically what I'm trying to say, Tim.
Oh, and it's good advice. And Andy Unwin there, seeing the opportunity for an ATP. Boy, that could have given them the drive if that had gone in to go forward in this game. But just clipping the bar. McCarthy calling on his reserves there, Scott, to get that overhead.
Yeah, great leap, great get. Find ourselves 6-3. 6-3-2. Great return. Great pressure. Great defense too.
That's good play, good pressure. And Mark Johnson there effortlessly flicking those balls back, but it's that one down the middle. Put them both off. Not sure who was going to take it, and that was enough for Johnson to misfire. And we have a broken ball. Cracked ball.
Just in this interlude,
Andy Unwin just threw the ball without looking. That's not going to help the team dynamic there, Scott.
I mean, I thought there was a bit of chemistry. I mean, they're the fashionistas. They both got the glasses on. They're looking pretty cool, but... Oh, we find Unwin with another body part other than his 2 feet on the floor. Always a bit of theatrics with Unwin, which we love to see, and a smile on the face too. Quick wipe of the brow. It is still quite warm in here.
And you see that, Scott McCarthy coming prepared with his own towel. Unlike some earlier today. Wiping their hands on our lovely barriers here. PickleB event.
I'll tell you what, Cornish and Johnson have had quite a few net cords in this one, and Unwin, I think, really feeling that with a bit of a look on his face. And a comical leave it from Unwin. Again, maybe that's something that we need to teach McCarthy on the Wednesdays by the sounds of it. So we'll pencil that one in, Kevin, for you.
It sounded almost like an exasperated partner shouting to their significant other there. Eight 3, 8-3-2, and you have to feel that this next couple of points have to be won by Unwin and McCarthy if they're going to stay in this game. But that is just so beautiful to watch, Scott.
It's just to get, again, they seem to both know what each other are doing. They've got great chemistry. And as soon as the one hits a good shot, the pressure is straight on. It's great reads from both players. Know exactly where that ball is then going to go next. You see there, both see such a great shot from Cornish, and both taking some great yards up to the kitchen. Expertly done. But that match point with a very uncharacteristic miss serve does give Unwin and McCarthy at least one more chance. Into the net from Unwin. McCarthy now to serve on the half stack. Defense from McCarthy. And then Cornish trying to change the angle and mix things up, but just overplaying it slightly. And McCarthy now 4-10-2. Great return though there from Cornish, right on the line. Bring up another match point, and they finish it off here.
They probably should have done, Scott. But we will get some more opportunities there. That missed forehand put away from Mark Johnson.
And there she does it. Johnson with an expertly put away shot. And I think we can say, Tim, very, very well-deserved winners in Cornish and Johnson. Played impeccable stuff throughout the day. And now overall winners in this 50-plus men's 4.0 final. 11-3, 11-4. Commiserations to McCarthy and Unwin, who did put up a very good fight. But I think they were up against such a formidable partnership in Cornish and Johnson. And Well deserved. Again, an absolute pleasure to sit by your side and the rest of the PickleB team. I'd like to personally just say thank you for a lovely weekend by PickleB. It's an absolute delight. And thank you, Tim, again. I shall leave you with Tim, who I believe is going to be doing a couple of interviews just before we round up the day. So again, thank you very much, Tim. It's been a pleasure. And I'll catch you at the next one, I'm guessing.
Yeah, absolutely, Scott. Couple of weeks' time. Another PickleB event in Gloucester, so we've got that to look forward to. So, yeah, a really strong display from Cornish and Johnson, as we suspected. McCarthy and Unwin unable to have the answers to their consistency across that final. And we're hoping in a few moments to get some interviews with the finalists after perhaps they receive their medals. McCarthy and Unwin will take away silver, and I think they'll be pretty happy with that. They came in to this final against really a formidable partnership in Cornish and Johnson. So after this short break, we'll be bringing you interviews from the finalists. So we'll be back shortly. And a nice put away to finish. So another opportunity though for Helen Waters and Michael. Errors do happen from time to time. But again, even when he missed that, just a bit. Fantastic event, as always seen at the PickleB events. Sponsors, of course.
I think also from Livingston and Waters' point of view is they just want to get into the...
Great defense. Oh, wow.
I think they're trying to look for a winner, and they didn't need to look for it. Just keep the ball back and play. And hopefully that happens. Interesting dynamic to watch unfold. Oh,
oh, now we're talking.
Amazing, taking a deep breath there. Really important when you're playing these games.
Lewis Oakey regularly now.
Working very...
So a really strong comeback from Oakey and Presley in this second game. They've tightened. Oh! Coins, forehand and reactions. Andrew, Kevin. Commiserations there. It was an incredibly tough final for you guys. You did incredibly well to make it through to the final. Give us your thoughts on that final.
Well, seeing as we haven't played together before, I thought we did quite well. When you're playing those two guys, they are much, much better than us, I would say. But I thought we did quite well. I thought we stood out there and we made some nice shots and kept ourselves in it. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, really enjoyed it. Obviously, I know Mark's capabilities because I played with him quite often at club level and drilling level. And obviously, Darren's been solid playing in our Dragon Ladder League as long as the others. So, yeah, we knew what we were up against. bit annoyed there was a few net cords, but there was, that's the game.
That's the way it goes.
I'm a lefty, so trying to get Andrew, when we decided to half stack, so we kind of got caught out in the middle a little bit by full stacking at our age, running around the court. It's a bit of a nightmare, but thoroughly enjoyed the games. First time really on show court, and absolutely loved it. So I'll be going home with a big happy smile on my face. So.
And a silver medal.
And a silver medal.
Well, that's not bad for the first time together, is it?
Yeah.
Well done, mate. Congratulations.
Thanks, Andy.
Yeah, it was a really good watch from us. So you mentioned the stacking that you employed. Was that a key part of your strategy? I mean, the strength of these two players and the way they breeze through the opposition in the group stages. Was that a key part? Was there any other strategies that you were thinking of employing?
Well, I think because I'm left-handed, it's always, Andy's very sprightly around the court, so trying to calm him down a little bit and kind of saying, respect the X, so it's coming across. But obviously when you're in the heat of battle, when you're there in the zone, and I'm normally the one that gets told off for running in too quick or whatever, but it was just like, okay. But we knew that if anything hard back was going to come back with bells on, so we did try to reset. It's very hard to reset on a bouncy floor and whatever, but with the hard ball, but it is what it is. We're not hard fast. I'm not a driver at all. We don't like lobbing too much, so we knew it'd come back. So we just tried to play the reset game and just see if we could rally that out, and it's all part of the learning and training as part of getting better. So no problems with that, and Andy was awesome, covering me and whatever. So
I thought it worked quite well, considering it's the first time we'd done it. I literally started doing it today. I mean, sometimes I was a bit confused, but he sorted me out, and it worked. It seemed to work quite well. Yeah. So
I'm a little bit annoyed because it's like my third consecutive silver in the Steve Bill show. I'm still craving for that gold medal. So. But I'll try and play right-handed next time.
I think you just gotta try and trip Darren and Mark up, I think, before the final. They were looking incredibly strong.
Absolutely solid. They were really, really solid. Everything was coming back. I know Mark, he can do anything with that ball, and no matter how you get your feet right for the position, it's going to go where you're not ready for it to go to. So, no, kudos to them. They played a really good, solid game against us. So, well-deserved goal for them.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. It was a really fun watch from the sidelines, and you can go home happy with a silver medal, as you say, and a smile on your faces. So, congratulations again, and we'll get the gold medalists over here. So Mark Johnson and Darren Cornish. We're getting one half of the gold medalists here. Mark Johnson wins the gold and sails off into the night. Darren Cornish has to pick up the pieces. So Darren, well played. You breezed through the whole of the field today. How did that final go for you?
It went very well. I mean, I'm honoured to play with Mark, who's just going to show his face. Fantastic player, but a little bit camera shy. Yeah, I mean, I think we always felt comfortable in all our games today and all fairness.
Darren played awesome today. Thank you ever so much. First time we've played with each other, and he was fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, did you have any strategies going into today? It's your first time, as you say, playing together. Is there any particular tactics that you thought you employed, or did you have any discussions about your strategy beforehand, or was it just a case of show up on the day and play your natural games?
Just play your game, get the ball over the net, make them play another shot, and that's what we did all day, and it worked.
I think we were always confident today that whatever sort of came up against us, we could deal with that. It's all about not making too many mistakes, and Mark is particularly good at that, and I pick up the sort of opportunities in between, and it's a great combination. Yes.
Yeah, it's a really good partnership, and it was great to watch because I think both of your demeanors complement each other as well. You're both quite calm, cool, and collected on the court. It's very it's very difficult to actually tell what you're thinking. I mean, do you guys, when you're a little bit behind or when the going gets tough, do you start getting a little bit nervous, or do you think that's a real strength of yours?
Nervous at all. Pickleball's for fun. The winning is extra. It's a bonus. So I don't get nervous. I just play the game.
really great fun today. Really at ease, even on the court one. You know, we can't really hear you guys. I mean, you're doing a really good job back there. So a big thank you to you and Simon and the guy with the camera. Yeah, really appreciate it. And to everybody that's been organising it today. It's a lot of work. Well done, Steve, for keeping them going. I've got to do a quick shout out to Welsh Pickleball Club again. A couple of our players did really well today and took silver. That's me done.
Well, brilliant. It was a great thing to watch. Congratulations to you both. Hope to see you partnering up again in the future, so you can take that gold medal home and be very happy. Yeah, very well, very well. So that brings our coverage here at Swindon to a close. We've seen some absolutely fantastic action this weekend. I'm sure you'll all agree at home. Many thanks to Colin, as always, for bringing this stream up to scratch, adding new features all the time. Steve Beale, as always, really running a fantastic series of tournaments. This is the 5th in the Franklin Tour, and we will be back with the 6th tour event in Gloucester in 2 weeks' time. So I hope to see you all there, but from us at PickleB, we will be back in 2 weeks' time. Thank you and good evening. And a nice put away to finish. So another opportunity, though, for Helen Waters and Michael. Errors do happen from time to time. But again, even when he missed that, just a bit. Fantastic event, as always, seen at the PickleB events. Sponsors, of course.
I think also from Livingston and Walter's point of view is they just want to get into the...
Great defense. Oh, wow.
I think they're trying to look for a winner and they didn't need to look back. Just get the keep ball back and play. And hopefully that happens. Interesting dynamic to watch unfold. Oh, that...
Oh, now we're talking.
Amazing, taking a deep breath there. Really important when you're playing these games.
Lewis Oakey regularly now.
Working very...
So a really strong comeback from Oakey and Presley in this second game. They've tightened